Between the idea and the reality, between the motion and the act,
falls the shadow.
So the mysterious doctor knows his Elliot. I'm impressed.
Martha, what are you doing here? Tish, get away from him.
Well, I thought you had time for poetry, Lazarus. What with you being so busy defying the laws of nature and everything?
You're right, Doctor. One lifetime's been too short for me to do everything I'd like. How much more I'll get done in 2 or 3 or 4?
Doesn't work like that. Some people live more in 20 years than others do in 80. It's not the time that matters, it's the person.
But if it's the right person, what a gift that would be.
Or what a curse. Look at what you've done to yourself.
Who are you to judge me?
Because it won't work.
What won't work?
Whatever it is, whatever you got planned. Stating the obvious, you've set up in every capital city in the world, so clearly the plan is to unzip the head of every world leader, plop yourselves inside. Of course, you can't just roll up with a team of surgeons to the White House or to the Kremlin because they've got big fences, shouty people, and cross dogs.
They will come to us, and they will come running.
Oh, I very much doubt it. Take this. Yes, take that.
Who are you?
There have been many attempts to conquer the Earth. I've lost count. Not one of them has succeeded. Not a single one. They all lost, and burned, and ran. That's who I am.
What is this?
It's a burger. I always bring a snack. I don't want it. I always put me off my dinner.
Which one of you shall I kill first?
I'm voting none of us. Get behind me now. Stop right there. Come any further and we'll blast whatever that thing is.
You're interfering in things you don't understand.
Yeah, well, we all need a hobby.
You're not human. Who are you?
Me? I'm... Oh, it's gone again. I had it a minute ago. It's so annoying. Same question, back at you. No, in fact, before that, because it's really bugging me. No, actually not bugging me, offending me. Why the teeth? Bad enough you kill. Why take a tooth from the victim?
Stands a warrior. Where's his conquests?
Oh, turn the heating down, Simmons. It's like the reptile house in here.
That's rather the point. There was a time, far, far away, when I used to have people and empires to do this for me. They're all long gone now. But I've learned that nothing really beats the personal touch. I prefer to be called Grand Serpent.
Unlikely things to say when running for president.
People say I have alienated too many people to be elected president. And to those people, I say, F off.
I got an Uber for Keisha.
You're my Uber driver?
Got a problem with that?
I mean, you can't be older than 3.
I'm not 3, I'm 4.
Oh, my bad, 4. I didn't know we got our licenses at 4. And what is that even? What is that?
It's my pink hot rod.
It looks like a pink Hot Wheel.
You getting it or not?
How fast that thing go?
How fast do you want to go, Pink?
Can you drift in that thing?
They don't call me Tokyo for nothing.
I don't think I can fit in the front.
Quitting them Twinkies then.
Did you just call me fat?
No, that I didn't call you skinny.
You know what? I bet I can fit in the front.
Watch me see they're imported.
Imported from where? China?
Be careful, you're squishing me.
You know what? I just think I'm too big for that.
Get in the back, Hefra.
Your license should be revoked.
I'm back. I know I wasn't gonna do a stream here, but I'm gonna do something anyway. I'm not gonna do any making, so this is gonna be for like, you know, way later. But you know, I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. This is good. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. But yeah, I opened this up because I was doing a couple of things. Don't worry about this. This is something I might do personally. But you look here, it's like, oh, this is normal. Yeah. And if you can see, I've got Balacho, which is new to the library, and Buckshot Roulette. So if I have any days that I just need to do a bunch of like making, which is basically random.
This is another one where I'm pushing it back a bit of all the other stuff because my dad, alongside, because I went to my grandma's, and I forgot my washing because I was an idiot, gave me something else. Some cassette tapes of the Better Man thing, which looks so cool and so amazing. I also have like a silver one. I don't know what the difference is. There probably is a difference. I don't know. Because I do have different fronts. But this is the first like cassette tapes that I've got in my hands. I've had record players and I've got these, which is like so weird. It looks so cool though to have. I don't know why. It looks so fun. He did also give me a CD, which I don't have a cassette there. I might get one. Apparently you can get one on like eBay. But I've got this, which is like a CD thing. So yeah, that's the update. Better man.
Yeah, this doesn't have anything, so I need to look back here. Zoom people. This I'm going to put under insanity because I don't need insanity for this one. So I do that one, insanity.
So now things get real. So let's talk about that. So yeah, Link Collects Back Season 2. And Season 1, I've said this before in the last one, but Season 1 I felt was a bit more relaxed of sorts. Like, it's there, it exists, but most of it is, you still get sad stuff. But most of it overall is looking into like mysteries, like, oh, what happened here, and like looking into the past and seeing how the past changes. And I like that. And then it gets a sharp turn into like an intense thriller, which most of the time I don't really like shows. I've said it with another show. I don't know where it is, but there's another show where it's one thing and then it changes it, and I'm not a fan of that. But with this, the reason why I'm fine with this is because it felt like even Season 1 slowly made it more dramatic. Like, again, usually I would consider spoilers for Season 1, not for Season 2. Just to let you know for that. You get the first case, which is basically learning up some secrets on another company. The second case is learning about a recipe and learning how two friends slowly went apart. The third case is then it gets a little bit more darker about like these people died in this earthquake and he couldn't say anything about it. And then you have the fourth case, which I don't remember. But again, it just slowly gets more... No, the fourth case, I think, is the missing person. And I feel that slowly just gets more and more dark, which I think is interesting. And I find it really interesting because of that. And when you get into this, you slowly learn more about that as well. And when you're learning about this, and you're learning about like why they did it, and I like at first, you kind of get given this story, and then you learn something else. It's not as clear cut. But that's what I think is interesting about this. And the one thing which I would say is important is spoilers in general, but this gets, I would like to point out, if you don't want to listen to spoilers, because I will get not into too much detail, I'm just going to talk about it, but I don't know if I need to put that there. It exists. Maybe skip this part. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're good. We're good. The villains had an abusive father, which was set around by secrets, by, I think, like, certain people. And because of that, that went off and all of this happened. And it's so insane. I also like the idea that at first glance, the neighbor is like, oh, the neighbor's just there. The neighbor actually does a lot to like, oh no, this is happening. But then you realize, oh no, the reason why this all came off is something went on. Someone told a secret and then they blamed X, Y, and Z. But overall, what happened is, yes, they sort of like heard about the secret by spreading around like, oh, there's no other reason, and gossiping. And because of that, so many like stuff gets put into motion. And I like the idea of the... It also shows one other thing, which is powers combining, which makes sense. Because you have one person who can jump into the past and then look into that. And then you have another person who sort of can see memories through photos. And I like how that combines with each other. I also like how the other duo's power combines. I think that's really interesting. And overall, how each one combines and uses the power. And what happens at the end is sad, but I feel like you have this main guy and two people, and this main guy was just insane in that sort of way, and I just like it. I find it really interesting. I do think and recommend... Actually, no. I'll do it in this section. I do recommend this. I do like this. But I will say, it does get a bit dark. Not going to mention it here, like I said earlier. But it does get a bit dark. Besides the point, I think you should watch it. I think it's really good. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy, I hope you like, and I hope you subscribe or follow or whatever. Good night.
A bullet. A bullet? A bullet? Oh! What kind of bullet?
Boom! We're home alone with Dad, so I make me own lunch. I can eat what I want, so I pick the best munch. I pick up ham and chocolate chips and stick them in the bread. It need a little sauce, I say maple and red.
Dude, will you stay on the 13th floor?
What's the 13th floor?
I don't fucking know.
If I ever texted you and you replied to me after 6 hours, and I am on my phone and I see it, I'm going to respond immediately. Yeah, I'm not going to play these little games. Oh, you took 10 minutes to respond, so I'm going to take 20. Cut the stupid games. You're an adult. Grow up already. What's the first thing you do in an American school after finishing a magazine? Reload it.
Did you know that gummy bears actually have a really dark history?
Before I do this next part, what's the whole video? They explain more of the video, but... Why have they lied to me? Why?
I love also to point out that technically, because when this is going to come up, this is sort of going to be near, like I say, like the 27th of January, but let me just double check. Okay. Oh wait. Oh, you didn't see any of the things that I said to see because I'm an idiot. So before I do this, I'm just gonna. Okay. Does this sound work? Da, 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 da. Genetic madness, there it is. That means I'm just going to put genetic reshuffle and where's the other one? Genetic madness, so you can get either one of the two. And who cares about the rest? So that's a file and save scenario. And then file save as, and then save as test. Realised I forgot my thing. So I went to see, I think I said this a while ago, last weekend, I sort of like went to see my I'll deal with that later. My sort of like cousins, and then we went to Old Dungeon, and also someone made me this, well not made me specifically, but someone made this, and it looks really cool. That's really it. Art by Jamie. That's the ad. Art by Jamie, dot between each one of them. It's really cool. I just bought it and I just wanted to show it. Again, the minute things. Also the light thing. But yeah. There you go. Yeah.
If it bleeds, it means we can kill him. Let's do it! So again, not one thing, I've been saying this so often, but this is a thing. There was a new series of Alien, I wanted to catch up with Aliens. So you might be asking, if I'm talking about Alien, why is Predator here? That's because one of the point of the series is Aliens versus Predators, which I'm pretty sure is probably not Connecticut, but I also want to see Prey. But I also want to see it in case it is relevant. So I'm going to watch it anyway. Because, and I'm going to say, I like it. Mostly for spoilers. So, there's not much here. I love the action. I love the actors. I know some of them because these are like very traditionally action heroes. And again, I'm not really going to talk too much details about the Alien because I feel like that was a whole thing with Predator and Alien. Both films, it kind of like, but you've kind of have the first one, the second one already exists. Again, I'll bring that up when I do that. But what I am going to do now is move on. But yeah. Okay, the one thing I love, the absolute thing I love, and I think makes this film because of how insane, because I know it's a horror. I know Predator the series. I know what the Predator is. Overall, I know what it is. And the same thing with Alien. It was so committed done. And I only know this because this film's got a reputation. I only heard about this film, heard that they do the action thing and then move on to Aliens. I know through other series that that Predator is what it is. It is an alien hunting humans. And like, I know this by this point. I know some stuff and then switch. So I already know this. But back when you watched this originally, and like, I can still get it. I can still understand why people would be this. Also, yeah. I still understand this. Is the idea that Predator, at least the beginning part, fully looks like an action. You have the lines, you have the dialogue, you have all of these people who can probably like, and then you have this huge thing with like a group, and then it's like this huge scene. But then slowly, one by one, they get picked off. These extreme action heroes that have done who knows what, are all of a sudden going in and like sort of like and like dying one by one. I'm not gonna say I know all of them. I actually look. There's some I know by face. Like, actually no. Technically, I'm not even saying there's a lot. There's two. One I know. I feel like I sort of feel like I know him. I don't know. The guy who's like, oh yeah, why don't you come with me? I need a combo. I don't know who he is. He seems familiar. I don't know. I'm just gonna search. Yeah, I am going to hope I don't misspell it. Yeah, cast. Where has he been in before? Where has he been in? Where has he been? Yeah, he's in Rocky. I thought I saw him somewhere. Anyway, I saw this, and obviously the other one I know is the obvious Arnold Schwarzenegger. I watched the Terminator series, I know who he is. But again, midway through, oh no, wait, we forgot to tell you, this isn't an action, this is a horror. And again, they get picked off one by one. And as you slowly feel the tension of like, and the one thing that I like, and the soundtrack could point this out with one of the Alien films, which, not Alien, one of the Predator films, which I am gonna watch. They pick it up and it's like, it can bleed. And like nowadays, it's like, oh, it can bleed off, that's interesting. But back then, I like the idea that it's like, the idea is like, oh, if it bleeds, that means we injured it. If we injured it, it can die. I'm like, oh, that is clever. The idea of like, huh. It's a simple concept of like, oh yeah, that's how blood works. It's not like I'm gonna be like, oh yes, and how does blood work again? I just need to confirm that I do know what blood does. But it's a simple idea. But I like the idea that like, how like that concept of like changes, because like at that point of the film it's like terrifying, and then it's like, you see this thing, you realize it's blood, because I kind of know it's blood. But then you realize all the people in there like, maybe we can do something. Maybe we can kill it. And it's so shocking of like, what the? As you see, again, that's just the fun part. It starts off as like, oh yeah, we're gonna do action, we've got these lines, we've got like these really, like, these sort of like jokes that you would see from like a really big action. And then, definitely when you see, I like that it doesn't show up immediately to halfway, because when they start being picked off, you get these sort of moments like, I think I see something there. And you also get these moments of this sort of like vision that appears looking at the characters being like, with like this, I think it's probably alien, what do you call it? Heat scan, or heat thing, or heat, you know what I mean. That thing that scans you was like, zun, 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 zun. That. And obviously, that makes it terrifying. But overall, that's what I think is good. I'm going to stop it, because besides that, I don't think I have anything to say. I don't think this needs to be 10 minutes, so let's go. So yeah. I like this, because as the first one, and I have already watched the second one, which I am going to review. When am I going to review Predator? The first, in 3 days. I'm going to review it in 3 days. So yeah. And then obviously I've still got the other Predators films to watch, which is going to be in a while. But yeah, I like this idea, I like this concept, and I would recommend for you to generally watch. So I hope you enjoy, and good night!
Do you suffer from from latrophobia, a fear of doctors, or are you just lazy? If you're sick and don't feel like going to the doctor, cough or sneeze into your colleague's drink. He'll go to the doctor and you'll find out what illness you've infected him with.
You are my best friend. If I'm dying, you dying with me. Ain't no choice.
It's over.
Just because you're trash doesn't mean you can't do great things. It's called garbage can, not garbage cannot. Remember that.
York Dungeons, I've said this, and I've got a couple of like souvenirs. Number 1, York Dungeons card. Yeah. You have skulls for like jokers. You also have executioners for pots. We also have a book. We have like knowledge. I also have a gavel. You're arrested. I am going to lock you up with my keys. But yeah, I have this. Okay, it was just too quiet. Okay, now I don't need to worry about this. Yeah, here's the thing that I was showing. This is the thing. This is happening. I didn't have 6 before, that's why I meant not having 6. So yeah, testing, Electro shotgun. Here's the test. It'll be on the Wednesday and Thursday between the Cuphead and the Plaguing. So yeah, that's going to be the idea. It's still going to just be an hour. So yeah. Okay. 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 Should be slower if that's the case. The point is getting high, because if I just do nothing, I'll probably have enough. Wait, do I? No. No, it is still creating high pointage. Meaning, theoretically, I could just stay here for a bit and just. Can I? Yeah. Still. Also, yes. Also, did I get this? Yeah. So I saw this with wear clean. I'm like, wait, what the? I'm like, because I'm like, you're a person who needs stuff, but you're also a werewolf. I'm like, yeah, that seems fun. And you can also eat people. I'm like, oh wait, what? Don't worry about being stealthy when when you can eat your coworkers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So bleh. Bleh. The other one.
Can I fly? No, I'm falling. Help me! And while I get up by doing some stupid thing, let's talk about Wicked. I heard about it and heard that they were going to be a movie. I know the musical exists, but let me just say it first and foremost. I haven't seen it. I know one trick. So, for like people who've seen it Shade and don't know about it because I did technical theatre. I'm not going to say I'm the expert. I'm not going to be like, I'm the best at technical theatre has, and I will tell you everything. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All I know is one of the funnest things that I've ever learned, supposedly, is that when they did the flying scene, which people know, they lift up and they use this sort of like black curtain to hide it, and it's just lifting up, which is, I think, an interesting idea that like if you're looking on stage, you might not see that. You might like, oh, it's really cool, and I agree. I love it. It's fun. It's amazing. Anyway, when I heard about it, I'm like, okay, maybe I'll watch this one. I don't know if the actual Wicked is still. It's not spoilers, but I don't know if Wicked is still on the stage. If it is, that's a different story. Maybe I should watch it. I don't know. It looks like it's still out. Yeah, it looks like you can still buy tickets. I wouldn't be surprised if Wicked's like big. I also heard when I was working my job that this is a fan fiction, or like supposedly not canonical, because for the longest time I thought this was like a canonical thing, like oh, if you want to watch, like if you want to know about the Wicked Witch of the West and know about her backstory, here's Wicked. Like this explains her. Like no, it's nothing to do with it. It's just like it was just made, and then they were like, here we have this amazing story. I don't know how accurate it is, but someone said that. And I watched it just about when I was about to finish. And I'm like, yes, this is amazing. It is so good with the story, the characters. I absolutely love it. Especially with some of the designs of the set. Obviously, with some things, you have sort of, it's like school design. You have this, I'm actually debating, is that, I would like to point out, I'm not going to say how it makes a difference, but when they were advertising it, because there's a song that is, da 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 da, and I think that's been around on TikTok. So I feel like that's not a spoiler if they're willing to just fully just make that out loud as part of their advertising, which is they go to see the Wizard, meaning they're going to Admiral's Dinner. I'm not going to say what happens there. That's, well, if you know, you know. But I'll explain spoilers. But the design of the Emerald City and the design of it all looks amazing. It looks so good and so amazing. So yeah, it is absolutely fun. But let's talk about the fun things. So yeah. So firstly, by the way, spoilers. One, I like a slow build up because you have this person who teaches Elphaba about magic and this. And then like, oh, you can always have a gift when inside you. And this power to create this magic. And I love near the end when it's like, oh no, I know the truth now. I'm gonna tell the truth. It's like, she's a liar. She's evil. She's green because she's evil. I like it. It's one of the things that I absolutely like because of how it is. I also like when you learn about the sort of wizard. At first, it's like he sees big boom. It's like, oh no, I know you. Oh, we need to get rid of this. And then you have this. Oh, I bet you're like, oh no, here I am. Like you get in like Wizard of Oz. Whereas like, he's like, oh, I am the wizard. It's like, ah. And I also love how, again, he does the same thing. When he's nice, he's sweet, and then you slowly learn, what is he up to? And then he turns more like manipulative. Because what he's saying is, yeah, if everyone hates this one group of creatures, then everything will work together. I would like to point out that's not how society works. Because if you blame one type of people, and then the problem doesn't go away, what do you do? Like, blame another group? So yeah, it's really annoying. I'm just messaging someone. But that is just how messed up it is. And I like the idea that it's slowly revealing. Also, I don't know what's going to happen because Glinda is the good witch. But I don't know if Glinda... Because you have this... You learn about the suppression of these animals. And how are being like... literally silence. I was going to be like metaphor, like silence. I mean, like, no, literally silence. Like taking away their ability to speak English. So how is Glinda at the end of it going to react? Because we know she knows the lion exists and is okay with that. Maybe like she creates this system where like animals are cherished. I don't know. Maybe the fact that the Wicked of the Witch makes that animals back to normal. I don't know, it's really effed up and really horrifying with how some of it is done. So, again, that is what I think of this. It opens up, definitely how it ended. With the big number of like opening to the new side, opening to the new thing. With everyone going that way, with new introductions to the second part, because this is part one, and this year they're gonna have part two, which I want. Give me, I want more. Please give me more. So yeah, that is overall what I like, what I love, and definitely the songs. I know one of my family said the songs aren't that memorable, but I feel like that's less because of that, because I like the song. There are a couple of songs that I feel like aren't as good as others, but most of the songs I thought were really good. And I feel like with stage you have this, and you can put something here, you can put something here, and you can put something everywhere. And it doesn't matter, because overall everyone's going to look at everything, and you can look at everything. Film, I feel like, is more, look here, look here. So it feels less open, it feels more like you have to look at these areas, but I do love the big dance numbers. That is fun. I love the musical. I 100% think they're amazing. So yeah, I'm just going to wait for my 9 minutes because why not? I just like it, agree with it, and just think it's overall fun. So yeah, I've got a conclusion and outro here, but yeah. That's what I thought about the movie. So yeah, this is 100% one of the things I think is really good. I know there's like a lot of Oscars, and this is before the Oscars even happened. I'm not a person who likes the Oscars. I feel like a lot of it is like, here's money. Now, what do you think of my film? Which, definitely with Adam Rossetti, if it puts it in perspective, it's like, everyone's playing by this game. I just, compared to other things, if it wins, sure. But there's not a lot of Oscar films that I like. But besides the point, I think it's good. I would recommend it. And I definitely 100% enjoy it. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I hope you like this video. And I hope you enjoy this video in general. So yeah. This really weird video. But yeah, good night. Peace out.
What is that one song that everybody knows from only hearing the first word? Ready? Somebody that I used to know. No. What is that one song that everybody knows from only hearing the first word? Ready? Somebody that I used to know. No.
Bodies are a mystery. I am building my immunity to everything. Next up is rat poison.
Go fuck yourself! Not right now. I'm tired. I don't want to. It's a lot of exercise and movement and shaking around. Ugh.
How many likes to get a bunny? A pet bunny?
1,000.
Okay, TikTok. I have an idea. This person here wants a pet. And they need 1,000 likes to get a pet. So I want every single person watching this TikTok to go to the original TikTok. I don't know why I'm pointing here because that's where it is on the timeline. But go to the original video, which should be in the link, and like that original video. Like it. Go and like it. And give this person a pet. Go and give this person a nice, adorable pet. Give her a nice pet. Give her 1,000 likes. And we can do this. We can give her 1,000 likes. Let's go. Let's go and do this. Let's go and give her a post a like. And give her a pet. Why? Because potatoes. Because potatoes.
Don't get much of this. Maybe the break was absolutely needed. Oh yeah, I did! Now I need to perfect it. Because beep you, I do not have a problem. Da-da-da-da. This is not working. I'm just gonna fix something while I have this load. How it is. All I need is 1 hit point, and then I would have been fine. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the next one, and then we go to the Barbershop Quartet episode apparently. Also, season 5. Okay. You'd add that to my notes. Which, if you want to see, I can show you if you want to. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. Also, I'm not. There. That was that one. Save scenario. Successfully saved. Basic one. Okay, so then go on to okay, so we need it requires I just double check everything. Oh, Destiny. Oh, I wasn't expecting to use those two. Oh, yes. Destiny itself. I'm completely not getting... I don't know why. This is what I imagine. Like, if someone's like, describe the death from Final Destination. This. For some reason. Besides the gold shoulders. This. So, like a 90 type of hooded figure. Being like that is the idea of, like, death. Destiny death. You know what I mean? That type of, like, cloaked figure. Maybe not the crown, but like the cloak, the metal armor. I just imagine that type for like death. I don't know why. Actually, maybe with the shoulders and the headpiece, that type of works for like death. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. You're trying to get your arms around. Still, I might here we go. Okay, so eat your. Oh, I thought you said if you feel good enough. Ah, yes, thank you, Dyslexia, for kicking in and revealing that I can't read. This is going to be fun if I can't read. I thought that was if you feel like you aren't, like, you're not good enough. Like, do you feel... Oh, no, it is the thing I feel like. Again, Dyslexia, mate. Do you ever feel like you aren't good enough? Yes. Do you... I sometimes do. I do believe that you should put effort into into friendships, but that's more. I just
Yeah. No, that was just. Effort into. But overall, it's not going to be that much of it. It's just going to be like a week of one more. Like today, you will get. I love I went over the time, but it doesn't matter. Today, you're going to get the test. Cuphead, plaguing, making. That's 4, but it's only 1 less. So overall, it's not that bad because there's only 1 less in general. So then you get 1 less. Besides Friday and Saturday, whatever, just going to be normal. But I'm going to do Cuphead and plaguing on those days anyway. So Thursday's going to get 2 more. Sunday's going to get 2 more, but most of it's just going to get 1 more. Meaning instead of 5, you get 4. So overall, it's not that bad. I think it's fine. So yeah, let's continue with this madness. That's the updation for this video that we have. Also, now here's the guide to babysitting. Let's talk about this. Also, before I say this, I just thought about this. Why do I keep saying, let's talk about this? What am I? Good morning. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I used to watch Good Mythical Morning. I don't watch it anymore. I feel like I should. Maybe I should have added to my big playlist of giant and a lot of other stuff. But luckily, tomorrow, there should be a new episode of Big City. Bed City, which is good. I like Big City. Bed City is fun and it's really hilarious. Anyway, that's not why you're here. Or maybe it is. Maybe you want to talk about Bed City. Yeah. I like this series. It's fun. With like some fun moments. And I like it just overall just being fun. It's about the Yakuza, so you know it goes to like dark places because Yakuza do crime. See, everyone who is not surprised by that notion, yes, obviously. But I do like how it's just fine. It is good, it is sweet. I also like how it sometimes flashes back and forth. But yeah. But anyway, the one thing I like is through most of it, it's fairly, like, but you get moments where it becomes, because it's mostly this, like, fun series, but you get certain moments where you see the seriousness, like, you see the fighting, you see this, and it's so dark. And I like that because sometimes you are dealing with a literal crime family who do crime. So I like how it, like, you can have a fun series, but, like, they do crime. Again, it is okay to sometimes joke about that. You have a D&D series by Dimension 20, which is all about the villains, which is hilarious, and I think the second best series, the best series is the Fairy Tale from Dimension 20. Fight me. But overall, I do like how they show the darkness of it. But overall, this is fun. This is a short one, but not really much to say, but this is fun. Go and watch it if you want to. I don't know. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this video in general. It's short, but this is just a fun short series. Not short, it's like 12 episodes, which is normal, but it's a nice fun series. Good night. I even have my thing. Give me a sec. So yeah. Anyway. So I got this because of like I went thing and I'm like I'm gonna buy Miss Marvel. So I bought a Miss Marvel comic. Again, nothing that big, but I just like sharing my favorite hero, Miss Marvel, which I like. I don't know what they're going to do with it in the new MCU. The MCU used to be a bit weird, but yeah, I like it. Also, I'm not even going to check it because I like it. Yeah, I took the other thing, but I'm not going to check this. Yeah. There we go.
Perfect. All 3 lives. Reboot the series. More to get more wishes. Okay. Dessert. Second dessert. Yeah. Oh. Increase rank, Cuphead. Yeah, 23 was the last one, Down with the Bird. And then I think I started it Who's down with... This is back at the time where I was just editing every so often, anyway.
No, I just want to close it. Okay. Let me just do the old-fashioned way. Let me do the odd ones out. Basically animated it. I am going to shoot NordVPN with a shotgun. If you don't get what that means, I don't care. Shoot it! It is done, sir. NordVPN has been killed. Thank you for that. I needed that. But yeah, this is a long time coming. Not only because I've got like a week, I've had a week off, which is so fun. But this is also been a while because I've been editing for a while, and with YouTube you're still gonna get like I think one more week of editing if I'm correct. So let me just add.
He used a logging chain. Motherfucker used a logging chain. He whip cracked a fucking logging chain. You know what scrawny little short shits like me think every time they hear their dad or the current cow boss they're working for go get the logging chain? They think, well, fuck, now I gotta carry about 1 ton of fucking steel across a goddamn yard. And there's like no easy way to carry them because it's got all the links and you get your fucking finger pinched and you cussed, and then if you're working with your family you hear, don't cuss. And this motherfucker went, nope, I'm gonna crack it like a whip. I got nothing.
Wait a second. So yeah, another season. I think when I was downloading, it was like, oh wait, this has another season, because season 1, a little bit about season 1, had this whole thing of like, oh, I came here because I was looking for like sort of someone that they cared about. And then, during the end of that, I usually, again, season 2, season 1 spoilers aren't spoilers for season 2. Recommendation, watch season 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anyway. She betrays him. Yes. And then that leads into this, which you have a whole group realizing he's this... a person from outside, from like another place, where it's like, if he goes up the tower, that might be a problem. And that introduces a lot, which I think is really good, and I like. But one thing which I think is interesting is when you go into this one, those are kind of, you kind of like have. And as you can see here, some faces you will recognise, some you don't. I'm not going to say who is who. But with all of that being said, I like the idea that it's like the first couple of episodes, new group. It's not really a spoilers because you see it in like the first episode. So I feel like they'll advertise that. But it's one of the things that I thought was like a really smart idea where it's like, here's a new group. I'm like, wait, but what about the other group that was in like season 1? And yeah, speaking of which, let's get to that part. So, the one thing which I like is through most of the season, you don't get much of the other group. You learn a bit about them sometimes, but it's mostly about this new group doing this new activities. But early on, for some reason, there was this guy here, and Papa 321. He is the guy who supposedly died at the first season. And I don't know why. I'm like, no, it can't be. I don't know. I just thought it might have been him, and that would have been like a thing where it's like, he's not dead. I don't know. And when they slowly start revealing, I'm like, I wasn't 100%. I'm not going to be like, I predicted it. There's only, I think, like a couple of things that I've ever be able to predict from it, and most of it is because I've listened to other people and I've agreed with their points. Gravity Falls. Yeah, I was in like a lot of the fandoms of Gravity Falls when it's like, but there's twins, and then it's like a lot of people being like, yeah, there's twins, there's two people. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. So yeah, but I do like the overall idea, and I thought it was like interesting back to the Tower of Gravity Falls. But I like the idea where it's like, maybe. I also like the idea at a certain point they start like showing both groups, and then slowly having both groups come together and work together. And also later on he has a haircut, which I think is like I feel like going for all of that. And I like during the beginning it's like I'm going to just, one of the people like, I'm gonna dip, something's not right and I need to check on something. You keep an eye on her, and I like you have the group even split up even more to this one person and another group. There's so many groups because it's like he remembered the last game and something wasn't 100% up, so he keeps an eye on her because he doesn't trust her. I also like the idea that she faked it, which is fucked up to an insane amount. But I think it's interesting, I like it, and I 100% think this is amazing. So yeah. I thought it was really enjoyable, and I really liked it. I like the idea of like, it's a competition, it's kind of dark, and when it goes into some of the competition, you kind of see like, definitely during the last couple of episodes when it's revealed that it's been rigged, and it's like, it's insane. But yeah. So yeah, I hope you enjoy, and like and subscribe, and good night. I think I most likely got this incorrect, but it's just one day off. So yeah, I've got another announcement of stuff. So yeah, also I've got this. Actually, I might do that for this one. Here's my new follower account. It's also the same one here, but it's a little bit different. Yeah, I don't have a square in the corner now. I don't know how I'll get it back, but for the time being, what? I might be able to make it a bit smaller. If I do that. That still works. And that I think is fine. For the corner. Maybe I can make that a bit smaller as well. Let's see. Smaller. That's good. Besides the point, this is the new update. I had something else planned, but actually no, I'm not going to chug it. Because most likely I'll do it tomorrow. Meaning it'll be here on my channel. There's a quick peek if you could see the corner. I had something else. So basically I've got two. Okay. Okay. This is basically if I yeah, I love that I could do this turnaround type stuff.
Okay. You can tell that if you look here, that the next 2 episodes, the next 3, which is 1 being 45, 46, and 47, oral testing. Why aim them at that point? You don't need to aim it. It just blows up anyway. I don't think aiming would make any difference. You've got like 2...
Imagine if someone caught the softest brioche loaf from the sky and stuffed it with Nutella and marshmallow.
I need to make this now. I'm going to try and make this. Why? Because I like Nutella and marshmallows, that's why. So here comes another thing. So yeah, the reason... So, again, I will always sort of say this when I'm going to Predator, Alien, all of this stuff. I watch Predator because I'm trying to watch this new Alien film. That it's about new cast, Alien Prom, something or other. And I was like curious if it was a good thing. And I was like, Joe, I feel like I need to catch up with the Alien series and see if any of it's useful or not. And then there's also, as you can see here, Alien vs. Predator, which I don't know if it is canon to either one of the series. But because I think it may or may not be canon to either one of the series, I am going to watch all of Predator and watch it in order. And yes, I have a full list of like the shows I'm watching around both Alien and Predator. That's why you would have a couple of this. Anyway, that's what's going to be in a couple of the Alien and Predator things, which I don't think until Alien 3, which is on the 6th. There's not going to be many of them left. Actually, the 6th and then the 11th, where 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Where there is going to be me looking at Alien Resurrection, but that's besides the point. Anyway, the one thing which I wanted to say, which is more specific, is in general, with this, one of the things that is in this is, last one was straight up in action. This one feels like sort of like a buddy cop, and I know the streets look horrible, but I think it's really interesting. And let's go into the spoilery section because I kind of want to talk a bit more about that. So yeah, what do I want to talk about? Because one, I'm going to be honest, besides the background, which I like because I like how big they are. Because this one you get like really detailed like buildings and this, and the sets are quite detailed around specific areas. Where the first Predator, you're in a forest. That's not complaining the first Predator set being a forest. It's just you don't get like a lot of like details in a forest. Surprisingly anyone, you don't get much detail when you're in a random forest and you are just surrounded by trees. And you just get more trees. And I don't mean detail as in there's like just 1 or 2 trees. There are a lot of trees, vines and this stuff. But what I mean is that you don't get like deep buildings that sort of like, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense because that's like this. And you get multiple different sets in Predator 2, which in Predator 1, you don't. Because, again, forest. But overall, I'm not complaining. I just have that as a point. And I do like some of the sets. The one thing I am going to complain though, is some of the scenes are really choppy. And I don't know if that's what they were stylizing. Oh, red light. Oh, well, I have plugged it. Oh, well, who cares? Because of, like, it being, like, in the city, there's a scene where, like, it's from the alien perspective, and some of it's, like, it's chopped so much that it's not that you can't know what's going on. You can. You fully can. It's just, it's hard, and I'm not a fan of it.
I do like the end because I like the figuring out, solving. I know the whole thing was meant to be, oh, who's this? Who's this thing here? Whereas, like, that's the alien. But I get that. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. It's like, but from their perspective, it makes sense because, like, they don't know when the alien is. But from our perspective, I thought they could have had that for less time. Like, oh, what's the alien? And then the government eventually, like, for the first one, it's like, where you have, like, them going to a building being like, oh, you shouldn't see this. And then they have another building and they're like, oh, yes, the alien is... Because you have the first interaction and someone gets, like, skinned alive, like they did in the last one. And they're like, oh, we don't know what this is. And it's like, etc., etc. At the second time they do it, they should have just been like, okay, this is a natural problem and we have someone who knows the cities. I think it takes to the point of him discovering... I also like, at the very end, one, you get the whole chase scene, which is somewhat decent, but the one thing I like the most is when he kills the alien, the other predators show up and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna see how many I can take out before I die. But you just see them pick up the body and leave. I'm like, that's somewhat respectable. It's like, you killed my friend, we kill yours. I think we will leave now. And they just leave. I'm like, that's interesting. Because, like, I don't know what it says about them, but they just leave. And go. But again, this is okay. I feel like it would be more fun talking more, because, like, we didn't know much about the Predator last time. Because you have a whole task force, I feel like I would want to see them more. I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I just find it fine. It's, like, decent. A couple of the scenes near the beginning I don't like, but I like when you get, like, the big action scene where you actually have the task force and, you know, all of them die one by one. That sort of figuring out how the alien can be killed, and I think him taking his weapon I think is really interesting. So yeah, that idea I just thought was, like, really interesting overall. So yeah. I thought it was a bit... I prefer more the ending than the beginning, but yeah, that's what it is. I wouldn't really recommend it, but if you want to watch... It's not... I don't know, because the last film wasn't really important. Besides it being named, doesn't have any characters that come from the last one, but yeah. You can watch it if you want. So I hope you enjoy, and good night.
You're just posting that for attention. Yeah, obviously, bitch.
Every friend group's got at least one furry friend. I know what you are. I know what you are.
You've been very drunk for the last hour.
Me or you?
You.
Hogwarts houses are really just how you dealt with trauma as a child. Hufflepuffs are accommodators. Yell at them and they'll be quiet in the hopes that you stop yelling. Gryffindors are aggressors. Yell at them and they'll yell right back. Ravenclaws are the escapers. Yell at them and they're putting on headphones. And Slytherins are the Avengers. Yell at them and you'll regret it.
I know, I'm gonna do that again. For all your battle and all my rhymes, you have failed and perished 147 times. So yeah. I do not... Yeah. I would say that's the least of your worries. You could get run over by a car, because that's where cars go. I was like, there's no problem with running in the village. Oh, never mind, getting run over by elephants. I said I was about to be like, run over by cars, but trust me, literally there's execution methods where you get stepped on by elephants and crushed. Okay. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay to cheat. Effort into friendships, I do feel like it's just because of this, and because sometimes I don't know what to do. I'm a bit awkward, and I've left a message, and I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, could I do that? Maybe not. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Yeah. No. Because I'm at least doing this, and I can see somewhat that I can do some stuff, so I feel like... If you mean limbo as in death, I don't think it means that. I think, like, sort of liminal space, then yes. If it's limbo as in limbo, heaven, hell, limbo, between life and death, I don't think that is it. But, yeah. Yeah, I would say some things I do get overwhelmed. I get really paranoid about certain little things. I feel like it might not, like, I overanalyze how long some things take and all that. No, I don't think so. I'm fine with the future. Yeah, don't kiss the ground. So yeah, I've got this. I eventually I need to like use it as such, but I've got this book, Fool's Gold. Now I need to find a D&D group to like use this with, because there's a whole thing, and I would be so excited to actually use this rather than what it will currently be for the time being, just a book on the shelf. But yeah, this is a book that I feel like I need to use because it looks so cool. I know technically this is like 30 minutes late, but yeah, this is cool. I like this. This is just fun. So yeah. I don't know what that was, but yeah. I want to use this, but I don't know when. I don't know. I don't know where I'll be able to use it, but it's a fun book with fun stuff in it. And yeah. I do think that it's something that I feel like I should use eventually. I don't know. So, you met this person next to here, which means this and that. Yes? So yeah, we're talking about missing, which I'm just gonna fully boop, boop. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And missing. Which is one of these sort of shows where I think there's not many of them where the whole thing takes place on a computer screen. Yeah. And I like, because it's basically his password, his this. You also see people being like, I'm searching this, and then hesitate, and then carry on or not do it, which I like. I also like the idea of like looking into the Facebook, looking into this, looking into like, what does this mean and what does that mean and why do any of this matters. And I like how good, and this is obvious, but I'm not going to talk about who it is. I like how there's obvious like misdirect or like this happening and that happening, and it's like oh, this gives a misdirect, and like the misdirects are like, oh, that makes sense, and like when you find out who actually did it, it's like, what? It's still really interesting, and so like I don't. I legitimately didn't see what the actual twist was. And I didn't see it coming. And some of the moments I thought were like really insane in my opinion. But yeah. So yeah, one of the big things about the mystery is you have a couple of things. So let's talk about sort of like how we learn it one by one, which is one. The main mystery is first trying to figure out what's happened because they just don't show up. They should have come on holiday to this event and they don't know what's happened overall. Or like, oh, she didn't show up and it's like, okay, let's call these people. They call them and it's like, oh yeah, this is happening. And then they looked at the CCTV footage. They get someone from the area and they try and like find some more information about it, which I think is really interesting. Which I absolutely find amazing. A couple of things which I like, which a couple of the characters come up with while that's happening, is one, I love the idea, I don't know if it's actually a thing, there's like these live cameras that project. I don't know if that's an actual thing, but I love that they use that to be like, oh, this person was here and they were proposing. And I like the fact that they bought a lock and it's like, what? And then it's like, oh wait, it's one of those things where like you can go to a bridge and then you can lock it to represent love. It wasn't in this area, but there's a similar bridge, I think in Venice, because it was above a road, the one that they used. But there's a similar bridge in like Venice. Not Venice. Where is it? I think it's like in France somewhere. But there's probably like a lot of these where like you go to the bridge and you lock representing love. I know this one in the one that I'm thinking of actually is in Paris because it was in Now You See Me, the first one. I also love the idea that eventually the idea goes to the person before that is like what happens eventually. You get these people being like, oh, they bought something at this sort of like location and we can sort of use that to like track where they are. And there's so many shops because that's not a shop, it's a location of shops. And then one person realizes, yeah, but you probably couldn't get the exact information, but there was probably like a code that's probably like what the item they bought was. And it's like, yeah, I can just buy gum from each one of the stores and we can see which one matches that purchase code. I'm like, oh, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of that as like an idea being like, oh, we're gonna look at this purchase code, put it in, and see what comes up from it, see what we can get, see what information we can obtain. I'm like, that's smart. That's big brain. There's a lot of moments where it's like, the other one which I like is one of the things that happens is one of the photos is live, which basically means you have a photo, but you also have a couple of seconds before and after, which I think is like really good. But I like the idea that one, I think you can turn that off. Why would you have that on if the whole thing is you're meant to fake the fact that you got kidnapped in another country, which instead happened is that you got kidnapped in this country, so it's laws off your hand. I also like the idea that eventually they have this actor, that's a whole fun thing, being like, what? And the way that they figure out that this thing is you look at the live photo, I forgot I mentioned this, the live photo plays and carries on. It's like, wait, no, that's not the right person, which, again, recommendation, why did you have it on in the first place? And then they're like, oh, we can look for this person, tracking information, this, that, the other. And when you slowly learn more and more, definitely when you learn one of the people who were on the poll, there was this lawyer person that came in the background being like, oh, could you do this, could you do that, oh, we need to hide from them, being like, oh, they're here. And then she comes back being like, yeah, we're going to look into it, we're going to see what happens. And then she's somewhat also involved, which is really interesting. And again, it just becomes more and more detailed when they start bringing up the father. Because at the beginning, there's this scene that doesn't go on. It's like, oh, we're going to, like, oh, look, we've got this camera and it's fixed. It's like, oh, it's fixed now. And then, like, the mum takes the camera and it's like, and then you get this thing where it's like, blood comes from their nose. And from that moment, you cut off it from before the blood comes up. And then you add it into a folder. And the way that it somewhat looks, alongside the fact that they sort of like claim the father is dead, I like how it looks in a way that it looks like, oh, he sort of like had this like cancer. Because like having blood come from the nose or something like that, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like somewhat of a illness happened and you died of an illness sort of stuff, right? And then when that happens, the blood comes from the nose, and then you carry on. And you realise the father was abusive. Because then most of it's happening through one camera. This character's camera. But then she gets kidnapped, and then you go through this CTV footage that he has on his computer, which also has a shot from him. And then at the last scene, just before it goes back to this character's camera, it's doing this fake show. And it looks like they're going to be like, oh, here's the live action scene. And then you just zoom out being like, yeah, it's a weird way how they did it on live, right? Yeah. Like, do you know what? You need to somewhere how to do it. Let's say this an in-canon TV show, which they did bring up earlier. I love that callback where it's like, you fake this part of the universe. Nope, this is the TV show. That was what that they did talk about earlier on in the entire movie. And that's funny. That's like a really fun thing that they did, being like, yeah, this is really overdone. Because, like, this character watches it earlier, and it's like, yay! And I like it. There's a lot of stuff about this show. Why do I keep saying show? Because I watch too many shows, obviously. That is fully a fact. But there's so much stuff about this that I think is, like, really good in this sort of way. But I think this is amazing. I love the characters, and I 100% recommend for you to watch it. Definitely. It is the one thing that I think is really good. So yeah, this is really good. I like it. I definitely think you should watch it. And overall, I think it's just really entertaining. So I would recommend it. I would recommend just watch it. Absolutely. Go and watch it. That's all I could say. But just go and watch it, and you can see how amazing this show is. Definitely, it's one of the best ones of the screen that it does, because there's a couple others like Unfriended, which does exist with that format. But I think this is how you can do creative media. Do it through a computer screen. I don't know what else you can do through. Maybe like a phone, a movie through a phone. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah. So I hope you enjoy. I hope you like. And I hope you subscribed and follow. And yeah. Good night.
I put the I in single.
This is the key to all of your problems. Ow.
Breaking news, I actually could use your support, but I've convinced myself that asking for help would make me a burden. And instead of giving you the choice, I'm going to make the decision for you by never asking and suffering in silence. More after this.
Your 3 months are up, and this time you're not gonna cheat me out of my fun.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Kiltipsism.
Not Kiltipsism! Mix your spit leg! Now, the first thing I'm gonna do... Oh, nuts!
This is a transcript of an actual radio conversation that happened between the British and the Irish off the coast of Kerry.
Please divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision.
Recommend you divert your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision.
Negative. You will have to divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision.
This is the captain of the British Navy's ship. I say again, divert your course.
Negative, I say again. You will have to divert your course.
This is the aircraft carrier HMS Britannia, the second largest ship in the British Atlantic Fleet. We are accompanied by 3 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and numerous support vessels. I demand that you change your course 15 degrees north. I say again, that is 15 degrees north, or countermeasures will be undertaken to ensure the safety of this ship.
We are a lighthouse. Your call.
Every friend group's got at least one furry friend. I know what you are. I know what you are.
Nah, I needed to look right into the camera.
Every friend group's got at least one furry friend. I know what you are. I know what you are. Every friend group's got at least one furry friend. Who's got at least one.
At the end of the day, nothing was learned. Okay. Simpson. Okay, so it's very weird going back to this after doing all of my editing because I be busy on like click, rename, such, and I'm not used to like being like, okay, go here. I'm a bit out of my depth, as you can clearly see. That's why I'm like, I don't think either one of these is going to work.
If you include family, no, because I live far worse than my sister does, and my sister's younger. So statistically putting, I would not be the last person. If you mean like in general, then kind of. But because overall I will have this. Like, am I a bit afraid? Yeah, not completely. Not to the point that I would say I'm afraid. Will it be like sad? Yes. But because of 2 things. One, I highly doubt I'm going to be the last person in my social group. In my social group, my sister and my cousins exist, who live far healthier, so they are going to live far past me, and they are all probably can. Also, I have this, so I'll just maybe make new friends and just create stuff like that. So, no. Yes. That will terrify me. It's usually for my edit, so I can make sure that I'm here again. Alright, okay. Okay. Okay, that was terrible. I hate this boss, but I love it as in this section. Okay. Okay. Wait, can I say it? Will I say it? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I don't know if that's a good one, but this has lewd jokes, so I was trying to be like, oh, maybe I'll say a dirty word. I don't know. Maybe it would sound stupid. Most likely it sounds stupid. So yeah, this is a thing. This is happening. Let's not get into it. This is, I think, really fun. Very weird. Very
It's like a world where, like, by the way, any sort of adult content that is ever mentioned will be specifically banned. They burn the sort of comics, they destroy the digital thing, etc., etc., etc. Which, one, I feel like for some reason they ban stuff for that stuff education-wise. When you become a teenager and you finally learn what it actually is. And it's so weird to be like, yep, we're banning this. Okay. And it's about like being like, oh, being able to express yourself and say this and say that. It's like the Sims. It's like the joke that's like in every Simpsons episode. Like, why don't someone pick up the children? It's like, okay. It's just a bit odd. And yeah. So yeah. Eventually they do talk about some odd things. Because with a thing that they talk about, certain words get used. Which, that's fine. But certain people have specific things which... One of them, which is sort of like the antagonist villain, it's like, why? 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 Any of it, why? You are horrible. And it's weird. I also like some of the images where like some people have these like things that are sort of like more explicit, and then it's like, oh, this is a nice picture. Like, nope, 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 nope. That is not what you think it is. And that is kind of weird, but you don't know what that thing is meant to be insinuating. But yeah. So yeah, this is unusual. And the only reason why I sort of finished it is because a while ago I saw this. I thought it was going to be like a fantasy type thing. I don't know why. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to check it out. So I did. It's fun. It's stupid. It fully knows it's stupid. But so being like sort of fun. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like. And good night.
The Queen has fallen. I, Starscream, am now the Queen of England.
You're watching a loop.
Aw, man. There's something I'm supposed to be doing. What is it? It feels like it's important. Oh shit, dumbass, breathe!
This is a transcript of an actual radio conversation that happened between the British and the Irish off the coast of Kerry.
Please divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision. Recommend you divert your course 15 degrees to the north to avoid a collision. Negative. You will have to divert your course 15 degrees to the south to avoid a collision. This is the captain of the British Navy's ship. I say again, divert your course. Negative, I say again. You will have to divert your course.
This is the aircraft carrier HMS Britannia, the second largest ship in the British Atlantic Fleet. We are accompanied by 3 destroyers, 3 cruisers, and numerous support vessels. I demand that you change your course 15 degrees north. I say again, that is 15 degrees north, or countermeasures will be undertaken to ensure the safety of this ship.
We are a lighthouse. Your call.
Dad.
Yes,
Dad,
Louise,
hi.
yes.
Did you
Hi.
know that it only takes 2 pounds of pressure to drive someone's nose bone into their brain?
That's... what?
2 pounds! That's it, Dad!
Why are you telling me this, Louise?
Revenge.
Okay, that was terrible. I hate this boss, but I love it guys in this section. Okay. Bishop.
Are you kidding me? I almost had a perfect round. Ah. Okay. We will conquer the world. Probably America will do it first in this timeline. America takes over the world. So yeah, I can't do anything legitimately. Yeah. Do you feel as though you're wanted? Oh, absolute dumbass. I'm like, wanted. What do I want in life? No, it's do you feel like you are needed in life or wanted in life? Yeah. I will quote Rick and Morty. No one exists on purpose. No, no one lives. No one has a reason to live. We're all going to die. Come and watch TV. That's how I live my life. Which is, no one has a purpose to live. But let's watch TV and watch anime. I fully feel like I'm a person sometimes. Do you feel left out? Would be no, because I'm not reviewing Secrets of Summer Springs until the 5th. I will technically be able to like jump so much of it back, and that will be happening. It'll be so weird. Because after Junior Taskmaster tomorrow, no, it'll be like 2 days because it'll be 2 days. But tomorrow I would review season 1 and season 2 of Silver Springs, and then I would have be able to watch both the 4th. Because like realistically, if I open them up, it only opens one arm. I watch the videos I would watch, seasons I would watch today to catch up to make like some reviews. Would be, I don't know why I'm saying catch up, but like The Villainess season 1, Junior Taskmaster, and then Pokemon Horizon. And then after I've done the review of the Are you here? There's a ghost. Or maybe I'm knocking on the table. You decide which one. So yeah, Sulphur Springs season 1. To be clear, I did sort of watch this, but I didn't finish it. Also, season 2 exists, and season 3 exists. And also, I forgot most. I remember most of the story. I remember the main story, which is basically, sort of like, actually, no, I'm not gonna. Which is basically the beats of the story. But I forgot it. But, yeah. The one thing I am going to omit in the non-spoiler section is one of the things, 2 things. One, I don't want to say it because it sounds like I'm being an ass. Being like, look, there's children who can act. It makes it seem like a... but yeah, but like the actors that they have definitely in season 1 are like, they actually have emotions. They actually have reasoning. You don't have... you actually have them caring, which I respect. I like. I also like the fact that you have younger versions. Like, oh yeah, I can see that, because they have a thing, and one person in the past is meant to grow up to someone in the future. Don't worry about it. That's a spoiler thing, but don't worry about it. The main point is within the two, because it's like, oh yeah, I can see that.
I also like the idea, because this takes place in Silver Springs. And I think the house, I'm pretty sure the house is in the advertisement. But the one thing I definitely like is that the house looks decrepit. There's so many moments where like, and it's like, ooh, this is fun. Like I said on my stream, I was thinking of planning to put season 1, 2, and 3 maybe in one episode, but I chose not to. As you can see here, this is just season 1, and you will get season 2 on... You'll get season 2 on VA. So in basically... Yeah, in 4 days, you'll get season 2. And then in another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days, you'll get season 3. I would also like to point out, if I don't finish Simpsons season 9, you might get it in 4 days. So either way, it's 5 to 4 days between each one of the seasons, which is going to be a bit weird. But overall, I think this is a fun series. And let's talk about, in my opinion, the fun stuff. So what do I mean about fun stuff? So the whole thing is the secrets. What's going on? What's this? So this has a lot of stuff. There's some moments that I feel a little bit weird, but I feel that's on purpose. Like, there's a moment where it's like, I want you to never talk. There's a moment where you have these two separate families, and this one's mom was like, I want you to never be friends with this kid and his two siblings. Also, she has a sibling. And it's like, why? What's going on? And I love it. The more you learn, you do understand more. You do get more understanding, but at some point you still get more questions. There's certain things, like, you think it's like this person's father because they were communicating, they had a bunch of pranks together, and they generally knew each other. And then you realize that, one, both of them are like, oh, I didn't know her, but they did. And also, her mum later finds out, she asked her mum, oh, did you go to this camp? No, she did. And then later on, they go to a thing with the talent contest, and she sort of rigs it. Or seemingly rigs it. Which is a thing where it's like, wait, what's going on? And the more you learn about what happens, because the whole thing's set up on, by the way, the ghosts exist in this house. There's a ghost, it's doing certain things. It's most likely from this person here. And it's like, what is this? Why is this happening? And I like later on, one of the things that happens is, as they go through, the whole point was this girl went missing and tried to figure out what happened and why it happened. And then you realize, well, she did went missing. She literally went back in time even further, and that's sort of why that sort of happened. It's sort of like going further and further back, and they had to do this whole thing, which I like, with the canister being like, and then they finally get along, yay, and like learn about each other, and sort of get this settled, because like you can tell that originally, like, yeah, everyone's lying because this girl went missing, and yes, both sides didn't tell the other what actually went on, because one, like, something happened, he left and ran, and then the next thing he knows is she went missing. Which I like the idea, if you look at the timeline, he ran, she ran, but ran somewhere else into like this like small cubby area, which led to a bunker, which led to a machine, which led to time travel, which is absolutely interesting. I love it. I love that idea of like time travel. And I'm so excited for season 3, which even though you're gonna get season 3 on like the 15th, I'm going to watch it on the 5th. Not today though. Today is BBC where I'm watching Pokemon. But yeah, I watch weird stuff. My next couple of days are Pokemon, Secrets of Sulphur Springs, Alien vs Predator, and Four Nights of the Apocalypse alongside Fairy Tail 1 episode and My Adventures in Superman season 2. A lot of up and downs. It's just really fun in that way. Anyway, I definitely think this is really good, and how it's continues into season 2 with the photo and bringing that up. Oh, we're not done yet. There's more. Here you go. Because I feel like to season 1 to season 2 and season 2 to season 3, they have a good hook into the next season. Because I like that idea being like, we're gonna like put this thing, because I don't know if it's gonna be a season 4. I highly doubt it, because like this series I think is old, and if there was going to be a season 4, it would already be out by now. So yes, Sulphur Springs was cancelled. No season 4 for Disney Channel's Adventure series. Springs will not return for a 4th season. It's cancelled after 4 series per deadlines. Don't know why it was cancelled. Actors age, yeah, fair. Most of the casts are fairly young. So, surprisingly, kids grow up. And season 1 to season 2 canonically takes place right off. If they did a thing where it's like 2 years later, they could have done something with it, but they didn't. So they're kind of having this, and then they grow up, and then they grow up. Which makes sense, it makes sense. Hopefully they were able to finish it in a succinct, nice way that sort of wraps everything up. It's easy free, otherwise I'll be sad. But yeah. So yeah. This mystery is really good, and going into season 2, introducing you might need to go back in time again. For what? We don't know. I'm not going to mention it, because I do know why. I do know the whole thing that season 2, and I like it, but that's not important. But I do think it's really good. But again, I hope you like, I hope you enjoy, and most importantly, good night.
Come on. Give me a sign. Any sign. Please. Okay, that is a sign. It's just not the one I'm looking for.
Dad.
Yes, Louise,
Hi.
yes.
Did you
Hi.
know that it only takes 2 pounds of pressure to drive someone's nose bone into their brain?
That's... what?
2 pounds! That's it, Dad!
Why are you telling me this, Louise?
Revenge.
Inappropriate things to say when you get stabbed. Also, TikTok, before you ban this video, this is a spoon. Ugh. Well, that was rude. I'm gonna take that as a no. Oh, that's real mature. I'm getting the sense you're upset with me.
Fellow Americans, I think we all know where this is going, so let's just skip to the end.
Look up idiot in the dictionary. You know what you'll find?
Picture me?
No! The definition of the word idiot, which you fucking are.
You might like record this of like what time it is. Wait, no, I could just use this. So like 2:22, which I fully admit with this idea. Let me just, because I actually like this idea enough. Yeah, like nobody exists on purpose. Nobody belongs. Everyone's gonna die, and that's a morbid quote. It's like the same thing with Mental Morty, where it's like everyone's gonna die. But like nobody exists on purpose. Nobody belongs. No one's gonna die. It's like no one fully fits in a specific idea in a specific ideology. Watch TV, where it's like the idea is basically everyone could die. Everyone could have a thing where they could like legitimately die the next day. Why not have fun with life? Why not do what you want to do? Create, do this, do that. There's a certain point where like actually live your life, but there's a certain point where it's like you're alive now. You are going to die. You might not have a purpose. You might not belong anywhere, but who cares? Let's do shit. So yeah. Are you kidding me? Why do I keep making the same mistake? It is just annoying. I keep getting like really good. Because the first 2 rounds I'm like good. Yeah, I'm even good at the muffin. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can actually do this one because I'm curious. I'm gonna try a couple attempts at this. Because I don't care. Yeah, trampolines are dangerous. Unless you know what you're doing, you can get seriously injured. And also, how makes your back God, Simpson? Okay, I would like to point out, trampolines aren't bad. Trampolines, when you don't have proper safety precautions, like if you have like either walls up or safety crash mats, or if you go to certain places where it's like fully covered up in a way that you have crash mats on like even the springs, that's safe because statistically you are going to be fine. If it's open, then yeah, if I want. So yeah, time for a controversial thing. So this exists. This is here. Alien. I am going to admit one thing, which is essentially all of the things I've watched in a Nostalgia Critic review. I knew it was... here's what I did knew. Actually, no, I haven't mentioned what... some things I did know I've also mentioned. I've mentioned some things I've spoiled, but one, in case you haven't seen those videos, but you have seen Alien 1 2, I'm not going to say anything. I did find this okay. It's fine. I might even make this a shorter one. Most of the Alien stuff I've been making reviews, but like I've been saying before, I wanted to watch the new Alien series, wanted to catch up with all the aliens. Here's Alien 3. But yeah, let's talk about the... So yeah, the thing. What am I talking about? Well, one of the spoilers, 54321, that I knew through his videos is all the companions that were in 2 are dead. Technically, the Symphozoid is technically still alive, but but has one scene, explains a bit of information, and it's like, shut me off forever. I can't live like this. And she does that. I also knew about the cult, and that it was like a prison cult, which was confusing. Sorry, it just cut off. I'm not going to actually change it because this is just the spoilers. But overall, in general, it's just one, bringed in the idea with a slow alien, really bringing that in as a mystery. Second, bringed it up
with some action. Third, brought a dog. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. It's fine for what it is, hence why this is a short one compared to I think the last two. But yeah, don't think it's great. Besides knowing that Ripley dies in this is the only thing that you need for Alien Resurrection, because that's a point, I wouldn't recommend this. If you want to skip this, Alien Ripley dies with aliens, and also she has an alien in her brain. All of that is the only spoilers you need. I don't think you need to watch this. I didn't really like it. But I know some people might say something. But yeah, I don't know. But overall, I just thought it was decent. But I hope you enjoyed, and good night, and goodbye.
Inappropriate things to say when you get stabbed. Also, TikTok, before you ban this video, this is a spoon. Ugh. Well, that was rude. I'm gonna take that as a no. Oh, that's real mature. I'm getting the sense you're upset with me.
Things that turn Alistair on to the max. Part 6. Definitely not angel dust. I'm sorry, what?
Okay, listen up. You're my clone, which means evil runs through your veins.
Okay.
You're destined to be a villain.
Ooh, is that fun?
So much fun.
Yay!
Of course, fun, surrounded by, you know, miserable suffering, loneliness, and like zero appreciation. I mean, zero. Do you even know what I'm saying?
No, but it sounds fun. I want to be miserable too.
Good, that's the spirit. Now I gotta go do something. You stay put.
Why?
Because you can't come.
Why?
Because it's serious business and you're not ready yet.
Why?
I said you can't go.
Why?
Oh, fine, but no talking.
Do you have car seat?
A what?
A kid's car seat.
You're a cloned cat sitting in a flying mechanical bug. They don't make a car seat for that.
Okay, Papa.
I got my ankles microwaved.
X-ray.
They took my blood away to use for science.
Cholesterol test.
April had her sinuses removed.
Looked at.
Some guy looked at my wiener, touched it. That was weird.
And that guy wasn't even a doctor.
That...
It's so hard to get an ass with this because I can't get hit once. This is so hard. Obviously this episode, which I've also watched, I don't know if I've watched the last one, but I've watched this one because everyone claims that this is the, this inspired, the episode, this was inspired by the episode of the original Twilight Zone, which is the same thing but in planes. Yeah, what? Oh, that's just a couple of points. Okay, let me just restart. Yes. I could just basically, yeah, no one's behind me. Done. Yeah, if the question was like, if you could turn back for any reason, would you? And I think that's like turning back. I don't know. Yeah. I think I've said stuff about it, but I've had a bad experience when I was in school that made me do something that made me regret it. It was like a truly stupid thing.
Like, I was bullied and I attacked him. And a couple of things. One, I was bullied, like, not physically, but verbally. And it was, like, at a certain point, I had enough. And it was annoying. But it did not justify what I did. I went too far. But, Horizon 1 on the 4th again, because, again, I removed the V for Simpsons one. It's Secret of Silver Spring Disney Plus. The 5th, which is the day of today's review, I'm also going to watch Alien vs. Predator. Then you have the normal 4, Fairy Tale, My, and then I've added The Simpsons, if I finish it. If I don't, I'll be moving it down. Then I have The Android, Aliens, Cells. I would love to know what people think I'm talking about when I'm talking about these shows if I'm just using the first one. Guess what any of these shows are, you won't be able to guess. Servamp, Housing, Beast, Simpsons, Predators, Doctor, Invincible, Prometheus. But again, when The Simpsons, that might also be moved down again. If I didn't finish it during this week, it'll be moved to the 15th, etc., etc., etc. Don't think so. I've done things that made me sick. I haven't drank water for 3 days. Do you want to question how that's done? I don't know. I was stupid. And I drank, like, I think, like a Fanta, and I was like, I'm fine. Maybe 2 Fantas, maybe a couple, like I do, but not, like, any water. Just cover it in water and, like, put it in the sun.
So you seek a vampire. It's 2 doors to your right, and then there's 1 3 doors to your left. Have good hunting! Yeah, I thought that would be funny, so I did it. Anyway, Castlevania. Actually, no, I've got the other one here, so I can actually pronounce it. Also, why does that still say season 1? That should be season 2. I'm gonna give up on trying to pronounce it. This, I think, is a very interesting thing, because I think it's based off, there was another series which is also called Castlevania, which is a TV series, which, if I'm correct, I watched, but I don't know too much of it. I know it's about Dracula. Dracula had a wife, and then the wife died. He became not evil, well, somewhat engulfed by grief. So it's that sort of thing that I like, and I find really interesting. Besides the point, when I found this series, I'm like, oh, Castlevania. It's like, oh, this is not the one I remember. Let's watch it. So, again, it was one of the things I just put in within the series, within the ongoing thing that I just keep adding stuff to on my things to watch. And overall, I was like, yeah, sure, I'll watch it. I think it'll be fun. And I did. I really liked it. And I thought it was really fun and really creative. The one thing I am going to say, though, is overall, this, because it's doing with vampires, and it's not like there are some like series like Hotel Transylvania, and what was the other series I have? There's another series that, wait, I've got the OP on my downloads, and yes, I have it specifically downloaded because it's like really fun, and sometimes like I'm just gonna put this on for like the feels. So many intros I just put on, and I haven't watched it like a while because I like it. Some of the intros are like the Hallow Shadow. I like the intro of Akaba's Trip. I also do Kickback, which is from Chainsaw. Revengers, I also put. I'm just talking about that. Jingo Jungle. I'm gonna see how many people know that. Welcome to the Demon School. Dead End. There's so many OPs. I'm like, I would like to listen to it, and I like listening to like anime openings. But where is it? Nope, never mind. It's about like the vampire that just keeps dying, and that's his one thing. But you do get, but this is like the most one you can kind of tell with this image. It gets a bit dark. So yeah, let's get into that darkness. Okay, I'm gonna open Netflix up because I think like I've heard earlier me being like, oh, this should be on season 2, not season 1. Is I've already seen season 2. Okay, so as a result, and in a way, it's not going to be in this week. It's going to be next week. It's going to be the one on Monday, which means it's going to be in the same month, luckily. But overall, I have seen the second season. I've seen it overall, and that will be one of the things that happens. Oh, I just realized something. Anyway, but overall, that is one of the things that I have watched and have finished. So as a result, to make sure that I don't, spoil things from season 2, because I don't want to, in a way, I'm gonna just keep an eye. Oh, yeah, loved it. Yeah, can you just open it? Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Yep. Good. So, when you introduce this and introduce sort of like the dynamics, the one thing I like is because magic is a thing, and it's like, oh, I can't do magic. And then he learns it by the end. And I like that sort of like, it's a very simplified, he learns magic. But I also like the idea that it introduces with him being like, oh, I must do this and I must do that. And then when he's older, it's like, hey, yeah, sure, fine. And it's more relaxed. And I also like the way that it ends. And obviously, if I'm going to say the ending, it is the giant spoiler. But I like how it's like you build up to this moment that you know what's going to happen. You know what we're going to talk about. Sacrifice. And it ends up that one, that happens. And it's really interesting. And 2, it's like, because they wanted to sacrifice the daughter, which is dumb. But I like one thing. This, I think, proves how this is one of the best mums. It's like, you want to sacrifice someone? Okay, I'll sacrifice myself instead of my daughter. I don't want to be a part of this either, but I will do this if it means my daughter is safe. I'm like, that is just truly like, when I saw that, I'm like, one, please no, please save that like, it's like in season 2, they're gonna save her, and it's gonna be saved. By the way, this is my opinion, it's not what actually happened, so I'm not gonna say what happens, but that's what I felt like. Maybe they're gonna figure out a thing, and then this, and then that, and then we gotta figure out how to not have her be sacrificed. Okay, that's the plan. And last scene, she turns into a vampire. That moment is like, one, shows how amazing she is as a parent compared to her father, who literally chose to sacrifice his daughter sake, because like, it's out of marriage, and it's like one of those things, and it's like, she literally did the sort of like jumping on a mine for her daughter, and it's like, I actually legitimately thought that it was going to be like, oh, maybe the season 2 is going to be like trying to find a way to not have this happen, but no, it happens. But I do like it. I do think it's really interesting. And yeah, it's very complicated with all of that. But I'm going to stop myself there because I don't have anything else to say. So yeah. I'm excited for season 2 of this because I have a lot to say about that and how that affects things. But it's not even talking about some things it does talk about. I feel like it does talk about this, which is based on, when they first meet two of the characters. Yeah. It talks about something that does impact, and yes, I know this is conclusion, but I just realized that they do this, which they talk about slavery and how it is and escaping it and breaking it down, and I like it. It's a very interesting, and that's why I think it's interesting, because it talks about these dark things, because this takes place during like the moment of like change. This takes place during the French Revolution, which there's a lot of stuff going on during that. Like, rights and all this stuff are being questioned, and it's so interesting of how they talk about it, how they bring it in. And definitely, I know a couple of people have pointed out being like, oh, vampires are nothing but aristocrats. But two things. One, vampires are just a concept, and a concept that is as in the public domain, so they could be anything that anyone wants. But I like this sort of like aristocrats, sort of like they have the vibe of like, well, it's normal for me to be above you because I am rich, and every single time I see those moments I want to punch that person in the face and hit him hard. So yeah. It's like, do you mind if I just talk with you a second? Yeah, what do you do with fists? Don't worry, I just want to talk with my fists. I was like, don't you talk from my mouth? Yeah, this is a different conversation. But yeah, overall, this is really fun, and I really enjoy it in general. I was about to have it be 7-8 minutes, but sure, 10 minutes. It's good. Watch it. Amazing. Woo! Yeah. Good night. So if you know the Pokemon series that's on BBC, and I don't know where else it is, that's sort of like anime, or like, I don't know what it is, but one of the things is one of the Pokemon that is with like the free sort of like group of the main one is Quaxley. Sorry if I mispronounced it. But does he seem to have a similar sort of personality, I don't know why, to Huey, Dewey, is it? I think it's Dewey, like the middle child from DuckTales reboot. Is that just me? Am I going crazy being like, these two have a similar sort of personality, and they feel like they're like two people who are not like the same. I'm not gonna be like someone copied someone somewhere, but like they seem similar-ish, like personality. I don't know why. Okay. Are you? Wow.
That's them, officer! That's the person who's British unironically! Take them away!
Shit. Charles, they found us.
I understand.
By the accents.
Okay.
Oui, oui.
Bonjour. Hola.
Autopsy 3. Time 2104. 27.
What the bloody hell is going? Okay.
time being, doing anything won't change anything, so because I need to fix my mouse, which apparently decided. Test 1. Oh, this is going badly. So yeah, this show, and I'm going to be completely honest, I wanted to watch this knowing, because there's some show things on anime being like, the show starts where it's like the character's like this, and the character does this. Did I step on something? Yeah. Right. I like the show begins with this. You know the one with like the sort of like the voice. I'm not gonna diss those people because they exist and we're just talking about the show. And sometimes I watch it and I'm like, for like 5 minutes ish, and the reason why I want to isn't so I can get spoiled. It's so I sort of get what the show is about. And after a certain while, because it was ages ago, I didn't watch it. And then I found it. And I'm like, okay, let's watch it. So, I already knew about the spoiler. I'm not going to say the spoiler, but I already knew it going in. So, you will be spoiled. There is a twist that happens. But I'm going to say straight up, I don't know if they advertise it. Let me just check. Yeah, so I'm not going to say if they say this or not, because I don't know if they advertise that as a thing or not. But the one thing I am going to say, how they do the action scenes and how they do the magic, I think is really creative from person to person. Overall, it's just it's really dark and just really insane. So let's get into those things. So yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The whole thing is sort of like another one of those magical dark ones. And the one thing I like is because there's 3 I know. 1 I haven't watched, but the reason why I like there's the 2 dark magical girls I know about. And I am going to include 1 as the whole, because I know there's 2 technical series, but it is a similar idea. You have Madoka Magical Girls and Magical Records in one side, which I am going to admit I do like. The idea of like despair and misery and all of that stuff going forward as an ending loop. I was watching this thing by Darcy Talks About Games, where it talks about loops and things would be. What was the thing? It was, looping. And there were so many things with like loops, and I like that idea of like darkness looping, because like that's how the world works, and like that's how we can keep the universe stable, and it's effed up, and that sort of like pattern, like we will do this is the only way that we know. But I also like this, which is we're just testing them, and I got bored. Like the other one isn't that useful. It isn't like a moral thing. But I like how that one you have, this is how it's done. This one is, we didn't need to do this. We just wiped your memory. That was boring. So now the murder. It's like, oh great, murder. I find it insane and so effed up. It's like, we're going to change this because we feel like it. I also find it so effed up how they're like, yeah, this has happened. Like, what are you worried about? Like, this just happens as normal. It's like, no, people are dying. It's like, this is just a test. I'm like, are you kidding me? No. it's insane and horrible. And as you just get less and less and all of it happens, I just find it so insane. And how it ends, I love. But I also like the idea that you have his one character and you slowly reveal each one of their backstories, why they became a magical girl, why, and you can tell that this was designed to create conflict with some of them. But some of their histories I find so effed up, and you get why they do what they do, and it is so insane. But yeah, I like this in a way, because with Dark Magical Girls, most of the time it's just magical girls, and it's reversing it so that like you get like people who are more psychological. But I like in a way that this, in a certain regard, is essentially Magical Girl Hunger Games. And I like that, overall. I do think it's interesting because of that, overall. And I would recommend. It is dark, like I've said in the non-spoiler section of this, right now. But yeah, I do think this is good. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night. Okay. I'm going to see if I can get free heart, because I think that might be better. I'm not using the dash a lot of the time. I know automated parries don't do anything. Why do I keep doing this? I keep making mistakes. Joe, I'm going to do the same plan. Because this is 45. Yeah. Okay. Let's go into YouTube. Then let's go into... So, I got in the last one, and I'm just going to wait for 5. I'm going to try again. Try a different strategy. I don't know what I'm doing, because I need something. Something needs to work, but I don't... Here are the notes, here to this, here to that. Being like 5 different playlists. And now I've gotten it down to less than that. I still got a lot, but a lot of them are not relevant. So I've got shows I have not finished. Which, like before, one word only, your wizards, for, Shangri-La, of Fruteria, Pokemon, there's a lot of shows beginning with and then a bunch of Simpsons. With all of that being like, yeah, these are the shows I have not finished, but I have started. Alongside that, I also have the Simpsons section, where I've got like, these are how long the episodes are going to be, but that's just for the Simpsons, so I know what section I'm on. And then, I've got the most important ones. I've got review to watch, which basically means...
So M. Blastoise wants me to ruin schools, specifically American schools. I can do it, M. Blastoise, but it's gonna be rough. If a visitor from another planet, or say Europe, came to America, there are 2 things they would think are really weird. Number 1, the way we pay for healthcare. That's a different video. But number 2, the fact that we fund public schools via property taxes. What that means is that the amount of money your school gets isn't based on need or equality, it's based on the real estate prices in your neighborhood. So if you live in this neighborhood, your school has resources up the ass. But if you live in this neighborhood, sorry, your teacher's gotta use her personal national debit card to buy pencils. This means that school districts in the same state can have vastly different funding. This rich Arizona district gets to spend $25,000 per student per year, while this poorer neighborhood, one county over, is only able to spend $6,000 a student. So if you're wondering why we have so much income inequality in America, consider this. We know from social science that getting a good education is the most important factor in increasing your future income, yet we built an education system that gives the best education to the richest people who need the help the least. What?
I will see if there's any spirits here. That rolls at 7. Let's see if there are. No, that's stage 1. So yeah, we're back. Sulphur Springs. This is season 2. And yeah, the original chat, and I am going to mention this, the same thing that I'm going to do with Alien. I was just trying to be like, should I combine it? And that was with The Simpsons. The Simpsons had a thing. I've remodeled everything. A lot has changed since the last one. I had so many different things working on each other, and I was about to do this thing where I'm like, Simpson. And I realized that was stupid. So I just have one now that's on shows I need to wait, where it's basically Simpsons, Disney Plus, and it's one episode. And then I do have 10, 11, 12, blah, 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 but that's near the bottom. So yeah. But again, this is just a sort of show that I watch. Again, I just like this. I find this really entertaining, and I really enjoy this. I am annoyed at season 3 because season 4 wasn't going to happen, and what season 3 left on, yes, it left on a twist, but I got mentioned about here because that's not important. The one thing I like in this one is that they have this whole thing about sort of, because the last one dealt with like, oh, this person went disappearing, this is about it. This one was about a sort of like dispute. Okay, so we have a picture of you in the past. Why? Learning about it and learning about certain things. And the spoiler section is going to be huge, but learning about what's going on, how this happened, is so interesting. It definitely leads into what happens in season 3 a lot more. Like, I feel like you can't, like, you can somewhat understand season 2 if you forgot certain parts of season 1. But I feel like season 2, I know that sounds stupid, but like season 1 is about one story. Season 2 and 3 are sort of about one thing, even though there is a major change, and I like it. I love that change. I think it's really interesting. Actually, let's talk about that now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One of the major spoilers was the fact. So what happened was, in the past, this family owned this farm and the house, which is where the sort of like hotel is, the Tripton Hotel. But the sort of like one person, their sort of like one of the ancestry's mother, great grandmother, I think, I don't know how many greats it was, died, and because of this lawyer who did this sleazy trick about it and tried to work around, it meant that because the original plan was to sell the land, sell the farmland, but keep the house. But because of what they did, they worked around it, and it's like, oh no, now I own the land, leave. And at a certain point, it's, well, if you know the time period, it's so effed up that he got away with this, and he manipulated people to be like, oh yeah, this happened. And it is so, like, inhumane and so dark, and I love it because of that. I also like the fact that, like, so many things are being messed up because you have the spirit being like, oh, this isn't right, this is happening in this specific way, and is getting annoyed and just wants them to leave.
I also like one of the scenes where it's like, we're here, deal with it. It's like a big moment, like, we're here, deal with it. It's like, oh, it's so fun. It's so interesting. The one thing I absolutely love, the reason why I think this whole section will probably leave until 9 minutes, even though we're not even past 5. Because you deal with his document, and it's like, instead of like, oh, here's the actual document, give it to the person in the past, it's like, one, the history will change, and it's one of those things where it's like really interesting, like, yeah, we have this document to prove this, we could easily give it to the past. I would like to point out, he could clearly say probably forged, or whatever. I think they do talk about that, and I do like that idea. But you take it to the future, you show the parents about it, and show them the sort of like, oh yeah, this is sort of the thing that happened, that sort of like created this. Sort of like document. Anyway, weird. But you show the parents the document, and it's like, yeah, by the way, this house should have been ours. And like, the area around it, the farmland, was owned by you, but not the actual house. And I like that he's like, no. And then both sides are like, do you know what? Why don't we join in this together? Like, I was looking for a new place to open my, like, sort of, like, I don't know if it's baking or cooking. I think it's a bit of both. I was looking for a new place to do this. You wanted to open a new hotel. Why don't we work with this together? And I love this. Because besides opening up with them, 54321, they go to the future, which is insane, which also shows another side of it, which has the one thing I like is in the past they swapped because they look identical, you can't really tell. But at a certain point, which I think is really interesting, is you'd have her younger brother, who in the future grows up and does this thing with engineering and builds the time machine. You have him sort of looking after the girl who disappeared in the first one, and he asks questions, and I love at a certain point being like, he tries to hide it, and he's like, well, I used your machine, this is how I got here, I shouldn't be in this time period, because I shouldn't be born, and I just like, and she doesn't say it like that, but I just love that, like, trying to say it without sounding insane, and I like it. And so much. I think some of the stuff would have been explained in season 4. Because you have this more older woman show up from time to time. In, I think, season 2 and season 1 and season 3. Which I think was meant to be an older version of the girl. Which I find really interesting. But overall, I like it. It's building up to something that happens later in the last episode. Which I like. It's like, something odd is going on. And I absolutely think this is interesting, and I'm curious where they're going to go with this. Well, I was curious where they're going to go with this, and I am annoyed where they would have gone with this in season 4. Because they introduced a couple of things. I feel like they might have done one more season, but they did just do a... And I'm not going to say what, because that's not relevant to this, and it's not to do with season 2. But I love the other hook that they have, which his father finds the bunker, and it's dun, 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 but she's around the corner. His friend, when he was younger, is around the corner, and still like that age when they were younger, and it's like, what are they going to do? What? And I like it. And because this is over, this will be like another thing that I release. Obviously not on TikTok, so it won't be on like one of my counts. I'll just merge the 30 minutes anyway. Because why not? Why not? Da, 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 da. Anyway, I'm most likely to do on this one or that one. I don't know. Most likely probably on that one. But I do think this is really interesting.
and I absolutely would reckon. Wait. So yeah, I do like this. I am slightly annoyed about season 4, but we can't do anything about it. But it was a good watch, and I would recommend it with amazing characters, amazing dramas, even though they lie a lot and there's a lot of miscommunication, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, it is still fun, but a bit dramatic. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and good night! So yeah, I recorded this, it was 3 minutes, but because this is a short one and I might do the 3 minutes for the other one, I just find it really inspiring that someone made something and got inspired by my videos. I don't know why. So with this, I'm using the roundabout wrong, which my question is, if I am using the roundabout wrong, how are you meant to use it? Because I know the one thing with the roundabout is, I'm just gonna find something. You have a projectile that goes from sort of like your player, goes forward a bit, and then goes back a bit. And I don't know how to use it, because sometimes I use it to just like spam. Like I will face one way, chuck it that way, and then it'll go back that way. And I do that on the muffin stage. With the muffin, I usually sometimes face at him, and if it misses, I'm like, oh, it's just gonna come back. Anyway, but it's gonna like flood the screens with a bunch of stuff. But that might not be the most optimal way, which if I can improve using the roundabout, because that's the one I use the most, until I can buy another weapon. I don't know. I don't know what would be the best way to use it. So if anyone has any tips, or if this commenter has any tips, how would be the best way to use the roundabout? Okay. Okay. Through all your battles and all my rhymes, you have failed and perished 157 times. Also, I love that technically this is all cut out. It's hilarious. So yeah. Okay, so I'm going to not edit tonight, so you won't see the highlight till tomorrow, and then because I'm going to come back to edit, and then I will finish this. I'm also going to see if there's any updates I need to do, and I'm going to listen to music before I go to bed. So yeah. Yeah. Wow, no one's gonna notice that. No one at all. Not like that's obvious and the most obvious thing that I could see. No. Because most of the time it's just darkness. And I'm like, yes, maybe something out there. But I have the power of a glass. And if there's someone coming here, I will probably be dead by now. So, who cares? Also, I'm mostly in my room. And that is mostly closed. No, but I should, because I constantly forget to lock the doors. No. No. No.
guess. Superficial. Oh, fake. No. Am I over dramatic in some of my videos? Yeah. Am I like putting drama enough? Yeah. But I'm not gonna like go to the point of being, I think, what would be considered superficial. Is this truly me? Am I sometimes a bit like chill? I don't know. I don't know. Woo! I'm gonna do the intro to this because I'm gonna do a couple of things. One thing I'm gonna start doing is there's a couple of like Mars Singer that I want to watch, but because I also want to do an episode of like, oh, here's who I think it is. On like Sunday to Thursday, I'm gonna have an episode being like, oh, here's who I think it's gonna be, because I'm gonna watch up until one of the reveals. That means like there's gonna be a couple of things being like, so I've moved it back a bit to have as such, so that would still be like, oh, the review's here, so you don't really, and we're not really gonna watch anything new. So that's gonna happen. I've got a couple of NAs, so it's mostly fine. Like a couple of days, there's a couple of NAs, and I've got to move a lot of stuff forward, so that's gonna be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna use a couple of the intros being like, here's the notes I've taken for this person.
So hi, I'm doing my guess for the I'm a Celebrity Mars Singer, and I'm gonna read out the evidence I have because I got notes. Yes, I get notes. I'm one of those persons who keeps notes. So there's Chomp Chomp, Eye for Talent. So I feel like, I don't know what, I feel like it might, so the judge's guess was Kim Woodburn, Carolyn Vorderman, Lisa Snowden, Gemma Collins, and Katie Price. I don't know what, definitely because like, there's words with numbers, there's coach, there's countdown. There was the fact that the mic hit with Chichi Grub, which is the person being revealed. I think it could be, I don't know why, I'm usually bad with this, so I'm gonna guess Kim Woodburn. I don't know why. Even Jonathan, that was the one that Jonathan originally guessed, but left. But yeah, that's my original guess. So this is me after I'm actively watching it, so I'm gonna see who it is. It's Alison Hammer. Alison Hammer. Oh. Alison Hammer. Oh, that's it. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I'm gonna watch the rest of like her doing the second singing and all the clues later, but that was really interesting and I didn't know. So yeah.
Just repeat after me, okay? Silencio Bruno.
Okay.
Silencio Bruno. Yeah, that's it. Again. Silencio Bruno. Silencio Bruno.
Wow.
Is someone talking about me? Nah, that doesn't happen. Don't talk about me.
This is funny.
And now, wait. You're supposed to be dead. So yeah, here's Alien Resurrections. which is the next one in this. Yeah, I love I'm saying that, like, that's not obvious. That's how numbers work. Yeah, Alien Resurrection, which I liked. I did. It's not as good as I think 2 is. I think 2 did it a lot better than what this was, but I like what they were trying to do as the idea. It's so interesting. I would also like to point out the alien, which fully is on screen. Looks creepy and looks so like it just looks off. Like, not in that way. I'm like, this, like, I think it's like, what's the effect called, where one thing looks, there's an effect, you know, the effect where, like, it looks somewhat human, but it's like the thing that, like, if it looks human but not enough like human, is like the eeriness about it is like, ugh. But yeah, I want to talk about more about, but spoilers. The one thing I liked, which isn't really a major spoiler, but it is one thing that I love, is that you bring all these people in and you scan certain items. There's like this soup cup, and there's like, oh, do you want to scan the soup? There's someone with a wheelchair, etc., etc. And there's certain things on certain people, and it's like, and then triggering the metal detector. It's like, yeah, obviously these are just. It's like, it's obvious these are just a soup container, and then he turns the soup container into a gun. And it's like. And then certain parts of the wheelchair, the wheelchair is still a wheelchair, but certain parts of the wheelchair is put together to make a gun. And I find that so interesting, whereas, like, you're putting together all of this thing. I also like that this crew, legitimately, one of them was like, yep, I'm actually in here to try and rescue this person. Also, that person is straight up a symbiote. No, a symphozoid, which is a human, not human. Which I'm like, what? Wait a second. There's a certain moment where it's like, she gets an injury. She opens up and it's like, wait, this isn't blood. And it's like that, like, white liquid that you get, that you saw from the others. And it's like, that looks so realistic. It's so creepy. And I love it. I love it. It's like, throughout the most movies, you wouldn't be like, robot. But obviously, it's really fun in that regards. I love it. And I also love, who is the person? I think it's Sakorn. Let me just double check. I've got too many tabs open my Google and I'm not opening more. Alien Resurrection. Cast. So Sigourney Weaver has this almost eerie presence to her. Like, in the last 3, she somewhat seemed like she was getting a bit more annoyed with the company, which, they're valid. Like, first one, like, you didn't know what was going on, so you didn't know as much. Second one is like, yeah, people aren't listening, and people didn't learn. And then the third one's like, I've done this once before. Thanks. But I like this one, because this one, technically, she did die, even though I'm like, oh, you're alive? And I like the performance of, it looks not human. Like, something's not right. We know she's somewhat of a human, but she's somewhat not normal. Somewhat, like a little bit odd. And I like it. It has that thing of like, are you with us? Are you with them? And I like that. I find that really interesting. I'm really interested where they're going to go with it. But this sort of like eeriness, I think, helps with like, what's going on? And I love it because of it. Overall, I still think the second one is the best. I would put the order I would put second Aliens, Alien Resurrection, Alien, and Alien 3. Because I still am not a fan compared to the other ones. The other ones, even Alien is better than Aliens 3. But yeah, I would recommend this. I do think this is interesting. And I do sort of like this. So I hope you like and enjoy this video. And good night. So yeah, another Mars Singer. This one has a shorter time on TikTok, but not for YouTube. YouTube, it has the same length. I don't know why that's important, but I'm doing that. But like I said yesterday, today, and tomorrow would be Mars Singer. I'm a celebrity. And then, oh, my thing's done a thing. Because that's English. My thing's done a thing, which means a thing has happened. And then, obviously, I'll be moving on to one of a Christmas episode from last year, the 24th. Why? Because I'm an idiot. Anyway. There's rugby, there's sports, there's nuts and bolts, which I find really weird because he's picking some nuts and bolts out, which I don't get. Unless it's the same thing where like he's wearing a Roman outfit, so like Roman, and then like it's Roman camp because that's who my guess is, and Roman camp sounds like camp, and like you don't use both in a camp, not like camp as that way, but like camp as in like you go into a camp. I do think it's Roman camp because I feel the Roman thing is like too big of a thing not to think about. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Okay, this is really interesting. Trying to figure out who it is. Russell Watson? I completely don't know who that is. But yeah, I'm completely off because and again, I'm going to come back to that later when I'm doing my own thing. But yeah, that was who that was. And I don't know who that is. So yeah.
I think I really, really like you. Good. Because I'm comfortable now, and this whole time I've been secretly a weirdo. Now you're going to see the true me, and you can't leave.
Well then, could we at least pull up here and get some dinner? Because I like to be wined and dined after I've been fucked.
You know what they say, laughter is the best medicine. But so is arson.
Is there caffeine in iced tea?
What?
Is there caffeine in iced tea?
Is there caffeine in tea?
Iced tea.
Are you listening to my question? Is there caffeine in tea?
No, I know there's caffeine in tea, but iced tea. So I got iced tea.
Right, so let me ask you this. Is there caffeine in coffee?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in iced coffee?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in tea?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in iced tea? All right, throw me an invite.
Yes, we're going to jump straight to here, even though this is just a making. This is the information that I've got off Witchetty Grub, who has just been left. If you want to look at this for a bit, to see what your guess would be. So yeah, I'm going to make a TikTok off of it. It will be released on the day that this turns into a short. But yeah. So yeah, this is what the things that I put down, all the notes, all the information, what people said, etc. I put down the judges' guesses. There's a phone call thing that they did. And I got all of this down. And this is the first one to be leave from the I'm a Celebrity one. But yeah. Overall, that is... Where is it? Dano Drews. Where you have him doing his thing with Daniel Drews. being like, by the way, TikTok was unbanned 24 hours later on the Monday, so it's been officially unbanned. It's now in the App Store in America. I'm like, what the f is going on? Also, I love that, hilariously, technically, this will come out on, if I look carefully, I think, like, after the 20 days, because it's, like, in 3 weeks. So, come on, like, 8th, 9th, 10th. It'll come on the 10th of, it's like, actually, okay, no, cancel. Look of our, obviously, how many people have gone this? I don't know. Where is it? Okay, oh, Jesus. I wish I was like a history one, being like, which ones have I done? Because I want you to go back to that one. I don't think I survived. Oh no, there it is, Frozen Doll. Even certain things like, because a lot of people might be like, oh, you're thinking about like crop tops. Crop tops I'm not really caring about. But even things like shorts I wouldn't wear, because I don't like my legs. I like wearing stuff like trousers, boots, like overly baggy stuff. That's my personal thing. I don't like wearing less, because I don't like showing skin. But if like someone goes up being like, I have skin on show, I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna stop you. Why would I care? Do I try and fit into like how I should be dressing? Yeah, but I'm not going to cause a fuss because who the. What was? I'm always interrupting people like you just did. No, I would say more realistically if there was an option, maybe. I don't know. I'll just put yes because I'll say maybe like a little bit. Oh, we're in danger. Help me! Hi, had to re-record with this stuff going on. See the full stream because it's still in there. I had a couple of calls and stuff, and I didn't want that in the main edit because I try and keep people out of it. Anyway, so the group split. Woo! I'm gonna save this even worse than the first time. I'm gonna keep it somewhat in the main edit. I'm gonna cut out the other person. So if you want to see it, it is in the main edit anyway. So season 4 of the main one. I realized I actually do have season 1 to 3 as reviewed, which I like. It's so fun. I haven't reviewed season 4 because I didn't know there was season 4. So I haven't watched season 4. Probably relevant. So I probably should put it in there. There's probably going to be some work around it. And most likely I'll be watching all of season 1 to catch myself up. I'm not going to re-review it. My review's already out. And most likely it won't change. But anyway. I like how you have the group split up and go into 2 separate groups. Definitely with how things slowly develop. With the magic, the powers, and all of that stuff. Let's get into that now. So, the one thing I like is you have one group, which is... I'm just going to get the names, so I get the names. Castlevania Netflix.
know that one. Where is she? Why am I bad at names I don't know? Present. You have this character. Da-da. And this character, yes, I am bad with names, I'm sorry. Tries to find the connection with her ancestry and these gods that is used to connect, because there are 3 fragments of the soul of the god that exists, and it's all about collecting them. And I like the idea that she uses her own body as that, and it literally burns her. I don't think burns her, but like it like overheats her body, because it's sort of like the god is like has this sort of like fiery element, and like it's like there's like heat and fire inside of her, which sounds terrifying. Being like, you have fire in you, I'm like, what? Excuse me? Am I going to die? But I do think it is intense. Definitely when they have the big battle against this terrifying creature. Which I love both the designs of the vampires, this vampire goddess, and then the character and the goddess combined, and they have this sort of like really cool designs. I also like the sort of like space of it. They have this communication, and the space I think looks cool, definitely with the scales in the background to represent like balance, because the whole thing's about like balance, and I like that. I feel like in a lot of religions, I don't know, like, because I feel like the gods are based off something. I don't know. I am not smart in that area. But there's a lot of like religious iconography, or iconography. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Iconography that's sort of based on like balance and like putting the scales in the right place. So I just like it. So yeah, this is going to be shorter than the first one, but this is just really good. Actually, it might not be. I don't know. This I think wraps up really well. I feel like there might be more, because I thought season 3 was a good round to Castlevania, but here we are, there's season 4. I also like the idea that you have a moment where the daughter of the priest who was about to be sacrificed at the mother sacrifice in season 1, she sort of like does these things and actually kills the priest, which I know is meant to be a moment of like, this is probably bad because we're summoning things that we do not know, and like it's meant to learn the magic and understand it a bit more. But I would also like to point out him. I would also like to point out I hate him. It's like, yeah, this is probably not good, but I also understand why we're just gonna summon whatever to kill him. I would also like to point out she nearly dies. So it is fair to say that, like, that moment, like, yeah, that probably wasn't the best thing to actually summon, because, like, you could have died, and that was kind of dark. And it kind of seemed like he was trying. I'm not going to say perfectly. I legitimately think he wasn't going to redeem himself. But he was, like, trying to, like, prove why he had to do it, which, at that point, beep you. But it is kind of one of those moments where it's like, you kind of get it when it starts off and it's like, he dies. And then when it's like, oh, it's attacking me. This is actually a bad idea. You can kind of tell, but it's kind of a thing with, like, those sort of feelings. Because if you're a vampire, you're kind of, like, different to human. And it's kind of effed up in that way. But I get it. I really do get it. It is really interesting in that regards. And I also like the idea that she sort of learns more about her magic and learns to control it more. And that's what I think is really good. That growing, that understanding of what this is, I think is useful. And I love it. So I do think overall it is good. It is entertaining in that way. definitely like learning about like these sort of powers. And I like at the end of the day, which is weird because this happens in a couple of weeks. Besides the point, I really get really weird. Like, yeah, this takes place in a couple of weeks. Besides, at the end of this, she comes back, and I'm like, it's really interesting. Like, it's fair to say. I also like the moment where like it's about being together. It doesn't matter in what capacity. It's about being together, and she almost like it's like, do you know what? Turn me into a vampire. Beat it. And I was like, no, I can't do this. I know it's bad. Me being a vampire, it's not really the great position I need to be in. It's not really good. And I'm not going to put that to you, so I'm going to go. And I love it. I love it's like, no, I need to leave. Because I like, vampires, for the most part, are aristocrats in, like, these two seasons. There's a lot of aristocrats higher up. The traditional things why you would see vampires as vampires, they're aristocrats, they're rich, they're powerful. But you can also see it as, like, I like it that there's, like, two people who question, like, aristocrat, which is one person being like, no, I can't, because it's, like, tempting to, like, being with your child, even if it has to have long and you're trying not human, but that's not a good idea. And I like the idea that, like, one of the, like, gods is like, I'm going to hell. And it's like, well, the devil can be tricked. And it's like, he does it because he's in love with him. And I like the idea that he basically turns him into a vampire. And I like how it's done. He bites, you don't see anything. And when you see him next, red eyes. Which vampires have red eyes. And I just love that small hint of, like, you just see the shadow of, like, teeth. And then you just hear, like, a biting sound. And the next scene, red. I was like, okay, we can take a guess where that went. We can take a guess what happened there. But yeah, I do think that this is really good as a series. It really builds it up. Again, I haven't watched season 4. Maybe there's some things in season 4 that probably I should watch. And maybe I might. Sorry, I skipped season 4. I just watched up to season 3. Oops-a-daisy. But yeah. But I hope you enjoyed. I hope you liked this video. And good night. Yeah, this is it.
I have milked all the goats.
Peter, all those goats are males.
Well, the buckets are full and the goats are happy. I just hope word doesn't get around.
I like good times.
Somebody told me that the reason that tomato soup and grilled cheese go so well with each other is because it's basically pizza, just split up into two different foods. And now I can't unsee it.
Is there caffeine in iced tea?
What?
Is there caffeine in iced tea?
Is there caffeine in tea?
Iced tea.
Are you listening to my question? Is there caffeine in tea?
No, I know there's caffeine in tea, but iced tea. So I got iced tea.
Right, so let me ask you this. Is there caffeine in coffee?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in iced coffee?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in tea?
Yes.
Is there caffeine in iced tea? All right, throw me an invite.
That's them, officer! That's the person who's British unironically! Take them away!
Shit. Charles, they found us.
I understand.
By the accents.
Okay.
Oui, oui.
Bonjour. Hola.
You got a human pregnant? Whoa, Satan baby, relax. What's the big deal? Demons can't have relations with humans. If God finds out, he's gonna...
You little weasel! A half-human, half-demon child. It's obscene. This pregnancy must end now.
Oh, and are you gonna pay for that abortion? Oh, loophole.
Fine. The child shall live. But I'm warning you. He better not do anything unusual.
No worries, G-Man. I'll watch that kid like a hawk. Yeah, I visited once when he was like 9, and I have no idea what he's doing. He started a cult. That's my boy!
Also, life is like a box truck. You never know what you're gonna get. No, you always know what you're gonna get. It's called for instructions to the back of the butts. Anyway, I've been rambling for way too long. But yeah, TikTok might come back. I don't know. It looks like they're selling it to Elon Musk. I don't. It sounds a bit weird. It sounds a bit like fake. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if that's a bad thing if it's being sold to Elon Musk because Twitter went down the drain. I don't know. Oh, I'm familiar with sarcasm. Okay, I think I might have accidentally, well, not accidentally, but I have one. Well, yeah, probably accidentally. Still don't understand how this whole thing works. Okay, need 25 again, need 25 again. I don't know any of those. Does that do anything? No. Does this do anything? I don't know. Okay. Keep a low profile to avoid. Oh, yes, fully. I did a thing where you had to, where in the course you had to like get up and like show your performance and like do your thing in front of you. And like do a whole like thing and like show what you do. But because my personality is more like basically keep your head down, look down, pretend like you don't see, look sort of like not nothing, because I'm still wearing like I will literally wear if you've seen me I'm wearing this. So I was still going out with colour, but I'll basically blend in to basically be a non-entity of sorts if I'm by myself. If I'm with others, I'm fine because I've got that sort of group to be with. But if I'm by myself, I'll basically just keep my music on, or basically just be like, oh yeah, so go there, go there. Right. Gladiator was mentioned, a boot. I feel out of all of these, the idea of Roman camp, because they're dressing up as a gladiator, as like a Roman soldier. So like the punny nature of like, oh, I'm a gladiator, I'm a Roman, whereas like Roman camp. All of these people are like, I'm a celebrity people. Hence why I think it's that. So that's one of the things that I'm sort of guessing. I don't know. But that is my guess overall. That's what I feel is the right guess. So yeah, I'm gonna fill up my water bottle, and yeah, that's it. I just need to fill up it all.
I will be the true villainess of this story. Was that a bit too much? I think that's a bit too much. But yeah, it's the villainous that goes down in history. I like this because as you carry on, this is a stereotypical. This person has how fantasy goes to another world, but instead of it being like, oh, I go into like this romance thing and like I'm the villain, but I don't want to be a villain and I don't want to die, and you have like the please can I not die? I am currently going to die. Can I not do that? And they don't. They kind of set it up. I don't think there's going to be another season. Because where can you take this? Besides, oh, by the way, we undid all of that. Which I feel like probably isn't a good idea. I don't know. I feel like it ended off really well. I feel like some seasons are like, let's make 3 or 4. Where it's like, one season's enough. This is a good story from beginning to end, and I liked it. That's not really a spoiler because I'm not going to say how. But I do like certain aspects that they introduce. But the one thing I like is the contrast. Because you have some moments where they're with the friends and it's like, yes, I am not really a good person. Here's me doing this. And then you have the other side, which is essentially a person who's like, oh, I'm going to help you with this, or I'll help you with that. And it's like, oh no, I'm being a villain. I'm doing it for my own self-interest. And I like that constant split on like helping one person and like doing this. Because like, it shows that like, in a way, they are doing what they want to do, but they are helping. So it's not really like you're villainous. I do like certain things. I also like the confrontation and the reveal. Because it's like, what's going on? Because like, every single often there's a certain, like, someone's doing something that has this sort of ability, and they're like having people believe them more, and like that sort of like the sort of like protagonist character has a sort of like way to make you convince them, and it's really interesting. And with certain people it's nearly hypnotic. Even one of the people who works for the villainess nearly got pulled in by it, which is really dark, but I fully love. I also like the idea that near the end it's revealed and it's like, that is that, because it's so fun and really interesting how that happened. But I do like this series because of it. It is fun and it is really insanely good. And that's why I like it, because it has that sort of like funness to it. It's that sort of show where it's like, I'm in the game, doing the stuff, but instead of I'm going to be friendly, she is somewhat, like, you get why she's doing it. There is a reason why she's doing it. Like, the person who's being the more optimistic one is being a bit too optimistic, and you need to be a bit, like, let's be a bit optimistic, but not let's basically give them everything. So I like her actually, like, oh, I got brought into this role, and I'm the villainess, so I'm going to be the best villainess. Which is the best thing ever. It's really funny. But yeah. This is less than 10 minutes because besides talking about, I love the contradiction of like the villainess, I got brought into the role of the villainess and now I don't want to be, so let's try and be good. They just fully go into it and I like it. It is fun. It is a nice watch, but nothing really else. But I do recommend for you to watch this. I think it's really good and really entertaining. So I hope you like and enjoy and subscribe and follow, and good night.
And if only there was somebody to blame. Oh, wait. There is. It's you.
I'm just feeling really down these days, and I don't know why. Have you exercised today? No. Did you go outside? No. Did you talk to anyone? No. Did you eat well? No. Did you drink enough water? No. Did you get enough sleep? No. Wait, yes. Yes to that one. Yeah, no, it's, what a mystery.
Are you that person who's scared of people? Well, I got a solution for that. No, I don't. Just stay in your comfy bed and don't go outside. It's the best.
You got a human pregnant? Whoa, Satan baby, relax. What's the big deal? Demons can't have relations with humans. If God finds out, he's gonna...
You little weasel! A half-human, half-demon child. It's obscene! This pregnancy must end now!
Oh, and are you gonna pay for that abortion? Oh, loophole.
Fine. The child shall live. But I'm warning you. He better not do anything unusual.
No worries, G-Man. I'll watch that kid like a hawk. Yeah, I visited once when he was like 9, and I have no idea what he's doing. He started a cult. That's my boy!
Marceline, here's your rock shirt.
Hey, that's not... It's mine. That's mine.
You kept
the shirt I gave you?
Yeah, it, means a lot to me.
But you never wore it.
Dude, I wear it all the time. As pajamas.
And this, so it finishes on the 17th, but there's one NA, so this could go back to the 15th, I think, at work. No, it can't go to the 15th. And then I'll just move it back down and down and down. But I've made it so it's a little bit more easier. So I'll put it on like the 25th. And again, I'm just doing this stupidly. There's a specific stupid reason why I'm doing this. But again, for the time being, even though this might be moved to the 16th actually. Meaning I might do the 16th and the 17th anyway. Because that doesn't change too much. It just finish one episode. And that means that gets finished on the 16th. And then the 17th I finish that. And I just put Beast Games on, which is also one episode. But it's the same here, 25th. Where, no, wrong one. 19th, 20th, 24th, 25th. Like you see. Okay, so 1. Are you kidding me? Oh, I missed. It depends. If it's like really bothered, like if I have a drink and I have ice in it, and I forgot to do something, and they're nearby enough that I can call them, I might do something. But if like I'm not gonna like stick my neck out for like something stupid. But if it's like, by the way, you insulted this person, I'm get. Avoid. I'm not afraid to confront people. I wouldn't really confront people. Maybe like my family. But most people like strangers. Also, I think I answered the question wrong by saying like. So yeah, I redid this one because I rambled. So my points. 1. I do know they replaced Greg Davis and the other one because I forgot his name. And I think that's funny if I just keep it out. With these two because they think they will be a bit too aggressive. I also like how they set it up. How they build it up. With round about 2 trials with 10 people. And in those 10 people, they came from like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different games of like their own. Of like, so like qualifiers, semi-finalist, and then the finale. Which I love the idea. I love that they brought a bunch of people together like, boom! Do I wish they did a celebrity version of this? Yes, but I get why they just have 5 for the celebrities, and you can't have kids for like multiple nights. That there's even a thing I think allowing that, but I love the idea.
Marceline, here's your rock shirt.
Hey, that's not. It's mine. That's mine. You kept the shirt I gave you?
Yeah, it, means a lot to me.
But you never wore it.
Dude, I wear it all the time. As pajamas.
So, let's talk about swords then. This is what I use for my training. It is a weighted polypropylene training weapon. That means that it is plastic, it is fake, it does not have an edge, but it is weighted and heavier than an actual steel sword, which gives me the muscle memory I need for good control. It's also really tough, and the only way I've ever seen one of these break was by someone putting it across a couple cinder blocks and jumping on it. This particular sword is by the brand Cold Steel, and you'll see that I've kind of customized it because we have a lot of people in our school, and all the Cold Steel swords look the same, so we have to customize them to know which one is which. Now, the upside to this kind of sword is that, like I said, the increased weight gives you a little bit more control when you switch over to steel because steel is lighter. The downside is that the weight is not always distributed the same way it is on a real sword. Also, because the blade is not completely flat, you will not have the same experience and sensation grappling as you will with a real sword. It also doesn't prepare you for the vibration and reverb of steel.
We can get you everything we can. That guy's here to kill me. He's got a weapon on him or something. That guy's here to kill me.
That's one of Agent Curtis's men, Barry.
What? No, that's
Search him.
not.
He's got a weapon on him or something.
What?
That
I
guy's
thought he
here
was
to
with
kill
you
me.
guys.
No, he's with you. Shit.
Excuse me. Suck it, Fox. Get fucked. I just got kicked out of church for saying fuck the devil. What the fuck? I thought we hated that motherfucker.
That I do know is a weird thing where like sharks are like actually I might put this one down as another one as well. 55. The one thing which I love is sharks are like Jaws, this, that. You're gonna have someone murder you. There's gonna be a shark come towards you. There are certain things where realistically they will like they're known to attack sort of like surface. But if you talk to people who know sharks, it's sort of like they're not attacking you because you're edible. They're attacking you because you look like a seal. Because from the bottom blue, all you have is 2 arms and a board, and maybe like your legs sticking out, but they look sort of combined. That's what like a lot of people say. It's really hilarious. Why am I pressing C? I need to press Enter. The red heart. And die. Oh. Again, this is mostly going to be die, reset, die, reset, die, reset. Welcome to the hour of dying and resetting. Why is it taking forever? Okay, I actually need to buy another thing. still take you for. If I told you I could guess your name correctly right now, would you believe me? No. Do it. Well, based on your answer you provided me so far, if I were to take a guess, you can't get my name. I would say your name starts with the letter M, doesn't it? No! That makes sense. Let's be real. Let's be real here. There's literally no way I'll be able to guess your name just by your answers. That would be ridiculous. Oh wait, no, I can do this. I don't know why I haven't. Besides, all of humanity looks alike to me.
And oh, that is big, but cool. So yeah, Pokemon Horizon. A little bit of an update, because I started watching this every so often when I would usually watch BBC occasionally and then watch it, and then I stopped watching it. Why? I have no reason. I just was like, I thought I forgot it existed. There's so many things. I found that I've got this like metal thing that's like a small pan. It's a little bit rusted. I think it was like from 4 years ago that you can make like gingerbread out. You know, that sort of like small pans that you can buy with like make your own gingerbread sort of mixtures. Do you know that type of like stuff that you can buy for like 10, 15 pounds at like some places? But I forgot it existed because I forgot it was there. And then I was like, oh, you don't use it because I forgot it. I forgot I had it in the first place. Anyway, so I haven't played Pokemon. I don't play any other games. I think I've reviewed other series and I've mentioned this, that I don't play Pokemon. I would also like to point out, this season is not done yet. So that's going to be a while. I'm not going to finish this. I might occasionally check on it. And if it's like more episodes but it's not finished, I'll watch it. But it's not finished yet, so I'm not going to finish it yet. I love I say that like that's not obvious. That's how waiting works. Dun dun dun. Anyway, but I have watched the episodes that are out but aren't part of the finale. So what do I like about this? One, I know a lot of people have complained about, because what Pokemon is, here's where we are, we're in this area, we're going to do this, besides having the new character. Yes. Besides having the new character, the one thing I like is that we're like, okay, we're going to go here, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to go here. It does change in this series where like, their sort of like movable ship stops, because it's broken. And it kind of makes sense for that reason, because we've kind of we're looking for like a group of specific Pokemon, I'm not going to say what yet, that we want to gather. But I like the idea of like, we're going to go here, we're going to go there, and it's moving. And I like that. I do think it's really fun, but the one thing I would say is by the end of this, we have this group, and the overall plan is there was this legendary sort of like Pokemon trainer who had a certain amount of groups. And not only do we have the necklace which turns into a Pokemon, which is very interesting, you also have a bunch of other ones, which 3 of which we have, which is this like plant, which is this grass Pokemon that has this sort of like, you have 3 Pokemon we've captured. Let me just, you new, stay. DDC. Yeah. I love it automatically goes to Horizon because I searched it up too much. I also like, okay, so you have the Black Rayquaza, which was part of the original group, which left the Pokemon because we had it. You have this sort of like grass type Pokemon, big arms, tall, which we have. We also have another one, which was captured, I think, not too long ago, which was, I don't know exactly, but I think it was like a Earth type, because Pokemon has types. And then you also have another one, which is a water type, and all of them were slowly gathering. We also have 3 more, which one I don't remember, because it hasn't been, we've only seen small bits of it. One I remember was like this wood with axes, and then one is obviously the Bible Quasar. And we're going to get them all together because we need to go somewhere and find this thing. And I like this idea of like trying to get this and help problems along the way. Is there any more episode? Yeah, no. And now there's season 3, which has its own thing, which I like. There is one thing I'm going to theorize. So this is slight thing for like the search for Lania. But the one thing which I like is there's a huge emphasis of the 2, like IRL, like .IRL, or like having her as a stream. The one thing that I'm curious about, will that be revealed? I feel like that's one of the things. Also, don't tell me if you've seen, because some of the episodes have been revealed in Japanese, but I don't want to know about those yet. So, I feel like overall that's going to be like revealed, and maybe like her identity as this online person is going to be revealed as Dot. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure saying that that's decided. But that's one of the things that I feel like might be something that they're trying to build toward, because because they're building up this thing about them being like IRL Dot and I forgot that personality, and the 2 different personalities, and not personalities, but 2 different like identities, and I feel like that's gonna like be revealed. I don't know. But yeah, that's this video. Again, Pokemon is just a thing that I like. Again, I have my favorite Pokemon, Eevee. I have too many collections. I think I've got plenty of videos showing a lot of stickers and plushies I own, and I want more. I will get more. It was the last thing I'd do. Yeah. But I do like this. But yeah. I hope you enjoy, I hope you like this video. Usually I say goodnight, but for this time, because I'm stupid, and yes, I like doing this, I'm blasting off again! Yes, I know it's stupid, I don't care. Good night.
Addison, I don't have time for your drawings. I'm busy, I'm doing the dishes, leave me alone.
Daddy, do you wanna drink?
Addison, I'm cooking, can't you see that? Parents, when your children are trying to get your attention, don't make them beg for it. That's not how you handle a situation like that. This is how you handle a situation like that.
Daddy, look at my drawing.
Wow, that's sweet. You did a great job. I love it.
Daddy, do you want a drink?
Oh, I would love a drink. Thank you. As parents, it's our job to make our children happy to be around us. Don't let them grow up in a home that makes them feel suffocated. Let them grow up in a home that makes them feel loved. See, if you don't give your children your full attention when they ask for it, why would they do the same? You'll never have this day with your kids again. Tomorrow they'll be a little bit older than they were today. Today is a gift, so just breathe and notice them and hold them as tight as you can. Pay attention and enjoy today, because it'll be over before you know it.
Okay, fine. Are we doing this? Cool. You're fine, walk it off.
Hey, Pete. Welcome to another day in hell, bitch. What?
Shh, it's all right, the villain said. You're doing beautifully and I'm so proud of you. But that's enough now. It was cruel of them to make you fight me. You could never have won. It's not your fault. The ancient and powerful villain may have had a calm and gentle face as he spoke, but he was furious. Not at the hero, but at the gods for continually sending kids and teenagers to fight their battles.
Let's see what the card says. It's blank. But apparently everyone's thinking of you. Oh well. So yeah, I redid it because the first one is, yep, it's the end. But that wasn't done. And I did the last couple of things of like, ghosts! And then I've done predicting the future. Because technically this is fitting. Because this is in the future. About the future. It talks with the future. And that's the whole thing. And I like it. It's all about preventing the inevitability that changes, and I also like the idea that it changes itself, the future changes, which I like. This is going to be shorter, definitely this one and the next one, but the reason why is because I'm sad. But let's talk more about that. It's not going to be a short, but shorter, because the last ones were 10, 10, 10, or 2 10s, but I think this is good. I like the story. I have talked about the actors being good. I have talked about all of this, and I do like the story, but one of the things with the story, because I want to focus on the story and then the other bit, which impacts my feelings on this. So, the one thing I like about the story, and I really do like it, is the whole thing, because this secret, because I've said in the past, I still don't believe they should have told about the family and told about this. Even when I was watching, I think there's a couple of streams where I talked about it and being like, this could be helped with saying the truth. There's a whole thing on story about hiding the secrets, and I'm like, do you know what? With what is at stake with some people, I feel like they should tell. And with some of them, like, oh yeah, we don't know what's down here in this thing, and we're gonna lock it up. My question is, how does that help? It's, oh, this is happening, we're gonna lock this up, we're not gonna talk about this. That doesn't help the solution. Because hiding stuff for what I'm used to, and that's one of the things that slightly annoyed me in this. There's a lot of like, oh, there's a thing that we don't know, lock it up. And there's a lot of things like, oh yeah, I'm back in here, in this thing. And there's so many, that moment I don't like. I do like the other thing. The only secret which I do get, and someone understand, even though I'm like, at my thing, I was like, this is not helping. They're looking into this. At the end of the day, when they found the border, they should have said most things. But I get where it's at the point where it's like, you're in a coma. And it's like, that's not great. It's like, that should have like been told, but it's hard to tell someone, by the way, I saw your future, you're in a coma. That's a bit like dark. But I like the idea that the ghost from the present hears and they're talking about the future, and it's like, oh wait, this is bad. So I'm going to speed up what I'm doing. Which is really interesting. I also like the idea of looking into the future. That idea in general, I think it's fun. But with this whole thing, I'm not a fan of the sort of series ending. Because obviously it ended with another twist like the other two. Season 1 ended with, by the way, you have a photo in the past. Season 2 ended with literally the whole, what they're planning to do with Season 3. And Season 3 ended with, hi, I'm your child. Which is like legitimately is a odd thing. Maybe that's one of the reasons why it was removed, because that's an odd conversation to have, like, by the way, I'm your child. I'm like, okay, that's a thing. That's a thing that has happened. Got it. And I'm like, if like some people are like, yeah, I don't think. So yeah, I get that, but I'm annoyed that we just left it on a cliffhanger. So yeah, I have said that this is going to be shorter compared to the last two, which both were 10. And mostly because I'm realizing having too many 10 reviews is not really helpful and does extend a long one. So sometimes there'll be a 10. And because Season 1 and 2 I like, and Season 3 I'm not as big as a fan of, so I'm doing this. But I still think it's good. I am annoyed that I get a cliffhanger. I don't know what they're going to do with the season, and if they're going to announce what they did plan for it, because that would be something I would be excited to know. Like, what was the plan for, like, Season 4, if they would have, or if they would have just carried on with the cliffhanger, so it would have had an excuse for being like, yes, there's more story to tell. Because legitimately, without the cliffhanger, I would have loved it. It would have been like, we looked into the past to save this person. And we did good things, but if you look into the past, sometimes you see some of the darkest things, including in this season, which looks into the past, it's about a murder. And it's really interesting. and it could get messy, and it could affect the future. So sometimes we just live in the present. So if they just ended up with just like, and we should just stay in the present. Did I hear something? Oh no, something just dropped, and they left. I would have preferred that because they could have been like, that's a good season. We don't need any more, but yeah. Yeah, I just ended on 6 minutes because then I could just do this thing. But yeah, I think it's good. I think it's entertaining, and good night.
Yeah, another one of the first intro, and legitimately, for a bit, I think, for the next, 3 days, we're gonna go straight into... Wrong section. But rather than the other one, which is basically like a system where I'm basically, oh, here's my notes. Here's what's gonna happen. The 13th is gonna be... 13th, 14th, same. But there's gonna be 2 14ths and the 15th. Because I need to cover for a holiday, which I'm going between the 30th and the 6th. Okay? So that essentially sort of means that all of these dates are sort of like covered in a way. Meaning I've got stuff over them. So I'm going to be going on these holidays. Here's the clip version. I'll talk more in the full version, but here's the short version. Need a boom. This is the one that I find the most easiest because it's like up and round. Up and round. I can do that so easily. I'm just gonna talk over it because it's like I can do that really easily. Okay, so let me just get this up and running. Because I'm not used to doing this, not used to also Apex Legends. Oh, now they're free to play. What? That's a library.
Over here. I need your help.
Okay. I'm gonna get that. See what happens. Ooh. What is this? Best of 2024. I'm just gonna quickly check it, see what it is. Best of 2024. Let's see what that is. I know this is not plaguing, but okay, can't actually. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore that. And we're going to play game. Let me draw heart. Okay. For starters. Ooh. Ah. Images. Okay. Yeah, basically, what does this make me feel? Yeah, I'd say relaxing. That looks like crystals. What word would you describe this picture best? Yeah, beautiful. I don't know, I like crystals. This looks like sort of like one of those crystals. Celestial, because it's not, I would say crystals, I would say more crystal star, but I would say celestial star would be the next, because I wouldn't say it's chaotic. Very interesting. Let's move on.
Fight! Yeah, the most obvious joke, but fight! Yeah. So, this is the interesting thing. Both of these are going to be short, in a way, compared to the ones that are going to be... This is definitely going to be a YouTube short, because I'm going to be on with this film. There's a couple of things I have wrong with the sequel, but that's for the sequel. One thing which I have is this sort of like thing with the story is not there, but for this I don't need it. When you see Alien versus Predator, what do I want to see? I want to see aliens fight predators. The story can be second. I do like certain moments. There's only one thing I want to talk about spoilers, which I do want to talk about. And I will, but that is another thing that I wanted to say. I do think it's awesome. I do think it's cool. But yeah, let's talk about that one thing. So yeah. The one thing I like is when one of the person kills the predator. I like killed the alien. I like the predator because it's a whole mark ritual thing, which is cool. I love that they put the mark on her, and then when they come back later and it's like the mark is on her, it's like because the predator is like nearly dead. It's like respect. And leaves. I also like the idea where it's like the alien bursts out of the chest, which leads into the sequel. Again, I will talk about it later. There's things I don't like about it, but let's talk about that later because I don't really. This is just a fun film, but yeah. But yeah, overall, I enjoy, and I think this is fun, but just fun. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy, and good night.
And what do we say when a stranger says, "Nice to meet you"? Give it time. No.
Sometimes I think, and then I forget. My body is a temple. Ancient, cursed, crumbling, probably filled with something evil.
So yeah, I'm back with this. We have kangaroo, we have sing-off, we have hip-hop, rhyme, change. I don't know who it is. I legitimately don't. But I'm gonna guess because this is one thing that I think one of the judges have guessed, which is it's Rita. I'm gonna trust Rita. I'm not good at this. I'm never good at this in general. I just like sometimes releasing my own, like talking about Mars Singer, even though most of these are past. Yay! And I'm an idiot. Yay. Yeah. I'm gonna do this because I like theorizing about it and I like talking about theorizing it, but I'm not smart enough to actually theorize about it. But let's go with Rufy Henschel because that seems like a right answer, and I know it's been a couple of days, but you know. Let's continue anyway. Okay, this has been a while since I've watched this episode. But anyway, this is them revealing who's in Under the Masked Singer, and I need to go to my notes so I can go to reveal. Take it up. Sanita. I forgot. I don't know who Sanita is. I don't know. So yeah, I didn't get it right. But realistically, I highly doubt I'm going to get any of these right. I just like doing it anyway because it's fun. I'm going to put that to the side, and when I'm editing tomorrow, I'm going to watch up to the next reveal because I don't think they're going to add any more information to that because this is just one episode revealing 4 people immediately. But yeah. If you can see here, I'm going to start more 8. I know it's like 8:13, but because this is me starting the starting the backup system. Today it won't make a difference. It is the 14th. I'm releasing it for the 14th, but I'm also going to release the 15th, so that's going to come in a bit. But today, this part is going to be me making a bunch of sounds and then a review. And then the 4 clips will be on the 15th, because that's more fun. So yeah. Again, 8888888. That's overall the plan. It's going to be a bit weird, but it's going to be like every 5 days. And then it's going to be like me with 2 5s and then 5 more days of 10s. Essentially, all 10s, but the 2 5s are going to be split up with 2 streams, which means it's going to go more. Jesus, I miss. I'm fine with missing because it doesn't do much different overall in this whole thing. I just am annoyed. I want to actually win and get 3 lives on this. That is like hard. Again, I'm trying until 53, and I will do this back on Saturday, so it's not actually that far. I'm excited. Okay. Ooh. Where's fair? Where's fair? Where's fair? Where's fair? I don't like this. Where is fair? Where's fair? I don't want chaos. I'll put chaos. I'll put chaos. It's the best thing I've got. It makes you feel terrified. Yeah, Abyss. Darkness Within. Absolutely Darkness Within. I will fully admit Darkness Within. This looks like I'm going into a spider web and a spider could kill me. Please? Oh, thank you, I'm leaving. I'm not afraid of spiders, but it's one of those things where like, I'm not afraid of spiders. But if there's a spider the size of a car, I am terrified, and I feel like that place belongs to us.
Put some glue, right, on a plate with a, what do they call them, paper clip, is it? Poppy pen? Hang it on the wall. That's actually kind of nice. I like that. Right guys, get a chopping board and draw some little X's all over it. 400 times. Drill the X's and then break a pencil. Break 400 pencils and fill the holes in with pencil. And then spray your gold, yeah? It's gonna be great now, this. And then... That's atrocious! You can buy a dish rack for £1. Right guys, get yourself a picture frame, right? Take out the ugly photo of that woman. Tip them lovely pebbles inside it, yeah? That actually looks kinda nice. Oh, they haven't finished, they're gonna ruin it. Glue it, stick it on a chopping board. Oh god. Another chopping board, yeah. Paint it blue. That's terrible. It's terrible. You should have quit while he was ahead. I'm actually angry.
And these bacterias are actually not that bad. They're actually pretty helpful. I didn't know that. So we're back. Cells at Work, Season 2. Yeah. I liked this show. And when I watched, like, definitely Dr. Mike and a couple of YouTubers, and I said this before for Season 1, and I liked it. And when I watched it, I still got a bit confused. And the one thing I like about this is it talks about this one normal cell. And I like that. I found it really interesting. But the one thing I liked, it focuses on bacteria with good, bad, and neutral, which I didn't know. Like, I know there was bad bacteria, obviously, but I didn't know there was neutral bacteria. Like, we're neutral. Look, here's the bad guys. We're gonna have the bad guys. Well, they're terrible and they're losing. We're gonna have the good guys. So yeah, that was fun. And yeah, the one thing specifically that I want to say, and I like the idea that they start off with 4 different bacterias that do specifically different things, and then it slowly but surely goes into, one by one, goes into the specific areas during the episode to, like, fix the problems, which I like. I also like the finale is the return of the cancer cell, and someone is working with the cancer cell because, like, oh, you shouldn't attack human body cells, and I can see that this was a cancer cell, and I love it. Not only that, they come back with the memories, and that one person defends them because they didn't know. They was like, oh no, I thought this was a normal cell, and you shouldn't attack normal cell, because it's like suppressing, and it's clever, and I love it. They didn't focus too much of it, but I love how they do it now. And I don't think there's a season 3 coming out, really doubt it, but I really want more. So yeah, I love this series, but overall there's not a lot to talk about besides this looks awesome, this is awesome, it is very confusing. There's a lot of scientific words, so if you don't know that, pre-warn, but I definitely love it. There's coming soon Code Black, and I'm gonna watch that. But for now, this is like for it. I want a season 2, I want season 3, but yeah. So I hope you like, enjoy, and good night. So yeah, another one of me doing a guess. X Factor, 2 boxes, national champion driver. 3 children is the one that's like, ooh, because there's like 3 koalas, smaller. I think is Neo Razor, because that sounds right. Again, I don't know, I'm not good at this. I'm usually bad, but again, like someone said, this is weird because this is where this was done ages ago before like the I'm a Celebrity that has just passed. But again, I just do this because I don't know, just for the memes. Oh, they're about to take it off. They're about to reveal. Who is it? Vernon Key. Okay, I need to go back. Yeah, wait a minute. So yeah, I got all of these wrong. So yeah, I am going to make this, and I'm actually going to do this in this post because, you know what, why not? And it's fun, because all of this is going to go. So I'm going to do this because this is fun and stupid. I don't know why sometimes I do this. And you're going to watch with me. I am literally bringing you along with me. Actually, I might not. I say that while I'm doing it anyway. View channel. Post. Over there. I'm going to copy. Can I put a label? No. Because this is going to change and cut. It's all gone. And so, hey, what the beef are you doing? Thank you. I was like, what is going on? I think it's just loading. Okay, now it's just loading and I've overdone it. Whoopsie. So yeah, that's my thing. Alright, yeah.
Okay, let me just paste it one more time so I can just get rid of this. And then leave it. But yeah, I didn't know. That's interesting. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed and good night.
There's a lot that you don't know. What are we even talking about?
Way because the video got cut. Does this mean there'll be one more? Technically, but also, yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. It could be a thing. But it's just tomorrow, that'll be one more. So hopefully it's just one more. Anyway, I need to just move back to here. Okay. Yeah, I feel it. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Through all your battles and all my rhymes, you failed and perished 156 times. Yeah, I agree. In its own way, like, country clubs I don't get, but I feel like a lot of it is golf. And, like, a lot of people like golf. Yes, I should walk with the glass that you're judging away. Okay. Okay. So when I leave this. I'm not gonna be angry because, like, it is luck based. Like, yeah, I didn't really want to get you a present. I'm not really into you, but you got something lucky. Jealousy, yeah, kind of, but you know, not happy. I don't care about him. Indifference, like, oh, man, how you go? Like, if you did this, it's like, probably not as bad as I think you are. What would you wish to do in this situation? Never be happy. I'm not gonna be. So yeah, the reason why that is called Has Been Hotel is because overall the filter supposedly back when it was on sort of like TikTok, that filter supposedly based on how the AI was programmed, and I'm doing them less and less because back then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna mess with it and be like, oh, look, doesn't this look stupid? And then I'm like, well, technically I'm still supporting it because I'm showing what AI can do, which I do less of now because I don't want to use AI. I used it because I'm like, I didn't think I liked it, I just thought it was just funny, and like, yeah, I don't get how this works, and some of them, like, I do think it's cool, like how you can get this weirdness to it, but overall, support normal artists. Was there a form of like, this is interesting how it transforms? Yes. But more of a, this is weird, but kind of weird interesting. I don't know. It was a very thing that I was like, I thought it was a good idea. Sometimes I posted it because like, this is hilariously stupid. But how is it related to Has Been Hotel? Well, the AI said it was a Has Been Hotel AI, so... Again, I didn't create the AI because I'm not smart enough to do any of that. Should I have uploaded it? Maybe. It's something that I'm like, I keep up because I'm like, I'm not going to delete it because I like, it's like the same reason why I do On This Day, because I'm like, it shows where I came from and where I am now. And that I think is interesting overall. I think that is more interesting than not doing that. So overall, I still do that. I still upload it. But in general, I just thought it was a fun idea. So overall, is it really connected to Has Been Hotel the art? I don't think so. And other people in the comments have pointed out that it looks similar to like even other stuff not related to it. And like, I do like it, but it's just pale, and that's really it. But I do agree, it's not really connected. The reason I called it is because the filter was called that, so yeah.
You probably couldn't tell me the color of my socks with any greater accuracy than a carnival psychic.
Objection.
Withdrawn.
Charcoal gray.
Well, look at that. You got one right.
You matched them to the color of your suit to appear taller. You also wear lifts and you've had the soles of your shoes replaced. One might think you're frugal, but in fact you're having financial difficulties. You wear a fake Rolex because you pawned the real one to pay your debts. My guess is to a bookie.
I took this case pro bono. I am one of the most successful criminal attorneys in the state.
Your vice is horses. Your BlackBerry's been buzzing on the table every 20 minutes, which happens to be the average time between posts from Colonial Downs. You're getting race results. And every time you do, it affects your mood in court, and you're not having a very good day. That's because you pick horses the same way you practice law, by always taking the long shot.
We're back! Yes! Woo! Let's go! So this is going to be a long one because... because I remember watching Fairy Tale, and I have watched the entire Fairy Tale, so I think like 3 times, and the original Fairy Tale has 100 episodes, more than 100 episodes. I'm like, geez. I love Fairy Tale. Do I forget certain points? Yes. Do I love the whole story? Love every single arc? Yes. I like it so much. I know a lot of people said it's all about like friendship gives me power and like fair, but I get it. I get the emotion. I get this. There's certain moments that I love so badly through this, and I love how it ends. And like me saying this makes me want to be like, do you know what? For the next couple of days, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna watch Fairy Tail. One episode a night, every single day. Just one episode. I'm like, oh, that'll take me so long. But I am so tempted to actually do it. This is so good, and I so love it. It is a series I love, and when it came back to this, I'm like, wait, I remember this. Because if I'm correct, this is like, you have the moment in the original series where, I think it's Gildad comes back, and it's like, oh, you have to move it down. You have to fully like just rearrange it down because he's so destructive. It's like, this, I think, was the quest he was on that, like, had him lose his arm, if I'm not mistaken. And because of that, I love it. I love the character. I love it all. It is so fun with it all. With, like, the arm. And I think they talked about the 100-year quest being something. So they've already introduced it. And I love it. How they're bringing it back. They're also bringing back other points, and how they develop it is so fun. So yeah. So overall, the idea of the 100-year quest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is they have to kill certain dragons, right? That's the idea. You're killing certain dragons. So that overall, the overall of it all, the bigger picture is that they sort of like would like mean that there will be a danger, sort of like, I think, Acnilogia, which was the final sort of major threat in the last series, the major dragon that Natsu defeated in the last series. So we're going to have 5 of these. And that's what I love. Because throughout sort of like Fairy Tail, you dealt with powerful wizards going into demons, and then you dealt with a dragon. And the one thing I like about this goes, you have a dragon, now we have 5. And it's like, the amount of like stuff that you have through all the series, through all the villains, in a way. I like the idea, simplicity is like, we're not going to create, because like dragons were always seen as this big force, and they disappeared at the beginning, even though like dragons don't exist, because like etc, etc. But they seen as such this big threat that like, we're not going to create another like, oh, by the way, we've had this, there was a race of this who were even more powerful than dragons. They're like, instead of doing that, we're just going to say that there's more. Which, that's the problem, is that there's a lot of them. And like, dragons were built up in like the original series to be this so powerful that 5 might actually be a problem. You know? And that I like. I also like that eventually one of the things that they do is they have a thing where like, you have the hypnosis thing, perhaps, I don't know why I thought about it for some reason, but you go to, because one of the arcs is them going to an alternative version of the world. Everyone's the opposite, which is hilarious. And then you also have, and there's like, this is a world with like near no magic naturally, and they had their own stories about that, about like trying to sort of like regain this sort of magic in this world. And the end decision was, 1, these were more natural in Edlius, but they, because of them studying the magic, you 1, have this story, 2, have more of this, 3, because each one of them is like having a sort of like a fire, a dragon style of magic, and each one of them had one of these, like, this is Natsu's, this is Wendy's, like, that was a whole joke, because you had the one of a time, which I forgot his name, who has iron, like, oh, I didn't have one, and it was like, oh. So he has his whole thing, which I like, which overall that happened. But I like that we came back to it, which is fun because of like they're having sun dots and there's a heaven scene where you have two characters supposedly got reset, not reset, but like reincarnated in a way that's like they kind of didn't remember who they were, which I also liked as the end, where it's like, yeah, they had a chance to actually be someone, because maybe if stuff was different, they would have been together. And it's so dark with the curses. But overall, I feel like this introduces an interesting look at all of them, at all of the different characters. But overall, it's just fun. But yeah, this is one of the series that I was excited to do, and it does do really well with building the story. And at this moment in time, there's 5 dragons that you need to like take care of, and 2 of them have sort of been killed. You still have 3 left. So I'm gonna see, is it gonna be 2 series? Because like the last one, they just dealt with more and more. Like, you didn't really have, here's the main plot, and then here's the end. It's quest after quest after quest, just dealing with another scenario. The overall scenario is just basically fairy tales together. And I love one person who said this, and I love it fully, where most animes has a protagonist. And you can make an argument that Natsu is a protagonist. I would say you're wrong, because there are several like arcs that don't really focus on Natsu in a way. Besides like the last one heavily like sort of like, but I think that's because there was the END and that sort of like wraps up his thing. I feel like what people are saying is true, where there is no main protagonist because Fairy Tail as a whole is the protagonist. And this more, so like, I like this. I like where this is going. I feel like it's not going to be as long as Fairy Tail was, because Fairy Tail was long. But I really did enjoy this. And I really do think you will enjoy this. And you should watch this. It is so good. And maybe I should watch Fairy Tail and then do that. I don't know. But I love Fairy Tail so much. So yeah. So I hope you enjoy, and good night. Hi. We're doing this again. So yeah, this is Masked Singer again, but the Christmas one. Yes, I know it's January and it is nowhere near Christmas. And yes, I know this was for last Christmas and I should have watched it, absolutely. But I didn't. So yeah. So my guess for the first one that got revealed, because there's so much thing about like Shirley, that I think it will be Charlotte Bella. That's my guess. I don't know, short one. Okay, let's see who it is. Like, oh well. Who is it? Okay, it's Josie Gibson. That was who it was. So yeah.
Dad, something happened to Grandma.
Something happened to Grandma?
Yeah.
What happened?
She fell.
She fell?
Yeah, and she's hurt.
She's hurt? How did she fall?
I pushed her. Because I don't give a shit.
How do you look at yourself in the mirror in the morning?
Like this?
I had a couple Red Bulls. Have you ever had a Red Bull? I never had a Red Bull before, but I had a Red Bull last night. I really like Red Bull. I got a new necklace. Glows in the dark. But you can't really see it right now unless you do this.
That's really something. Doesn't Red Bull make you crash pretty hard?
No. I don't think so. No. No. Hey, after we jog, we should get a Red Bull. You could get a Red Bull, and I get a Red Bull. We could share a Red Bull.
Okay, that'd be really fun. That sounds like... I think I'd really... Okay, a lot of energy. I like it. Everybody, this is Carl. Carl, this is everybody.
Hey, everybody!
You probably couldn't tell me the color of my socks with any greater accuracy than a carnival psychic.
Objection.
Withdrawn. Charcoal gray. Well, look at that. You got one right.
You match them to the color of your suit to appear taller. You also wear lifts and you've had the soles of your shoes replaced. One might think you're frugal, but in fact you're having financial difficulties. You wear a fake Rolex because you pawned the real one to pay your debts. My guess is to a bookie.
I took this case pro bono. I am one of the most successful criminal attorneys in the state.
Your vice is horses. Your BlackBerry's been buzzing on the table every 20 minutes, which happens to be the average time between posts from Colonial Downs. You're getting race results. And every time you do, it affects your mood in court, and you're not having a very good day. And it's because you pick horses the same way you practice law, by always taking the long shot.
If you want to read that scroll, you are going to need my translation key. And, now that I've destroyed it, you will never know what the scroll says because the only translation in earthly existence is locked safely away up here. Boom!
Is that a fact?
Oh, yeah.
I should not have said that out loud.
Then I guess you're coming with me.
Oh, we're immediately going to this because yes, we're back with this. It's only like 2 days and then I'm going to be leaving because if you see, it's not this one, this one, it's only for the 16th, but for the first minute, let's look at this for a bit. These are all my notes for Kangaroo. And I'm going to be doing the video. Obviously, the making won't be in this. Oh, that's delicious. Okay, so just need to look. There you go. Alright, this is it. And that's a minute. I'm gonna see where this goes. No. Because realistically, if there is a briefcase in the middle of nowhere, there's a realistic chance that it could either have small bits of blood in the notes, small bits of drugs in the notes, and this is not me judging who's in it. This is me judging a blank black soup case in the middle of a forest, because no one just accidentally loses £1 million. You don't do that, or you're stupid. So this is clearly like someone's hidden it, and they're gonna get caught, and they're doing to do this whole thing. So there's going to be fingerprints, blood. I'm not even going to touch it. I'm just going to stand near it and be like, hello, police. I would like to report something. I found money. I don't know whose it is, but I found it. And maybe you get a compensation, but I'm not trusting something that could either have small doses of blood or cocaine on it. Very close. Well done. Jeez.
It's a bird! It's flying! No, Superman! No! We're gonna die! With that weird intro out of the way, My Adventure of Superman, which realistically is the last season I'm actually gonna watch. It's the same thing with, like, I watched a lot of, like, the series of Harley Quinn, and that went on to Max. So I haven't watched season 4 and 5. I watched 1, 2, and 3. And 4 and 5 I haven't seen, because 4 I feel like deals with Harley Quinn and the Bat family, because Bruce Wayne's gone to jail. And 5 deals with overall Superman. But again, I really doubt that I'm gonna get a Max account, really, because besides this, maybe Invincible Go, which will be also on Max, and Harley Quinn. Those are the 3 series, and that's really it. I don't really know. Maybe Max could surprise me. I don't know. Really highly doubt it. But overall, I do love this series. I do like it. I'm going to be completely honest with a bit of spoilers, which I'm actually going to go with too. I don't know how much of this was like in the trailers, so that's why I'm saying it here. Because I know My Heroes for Superman because people talked about it, so I haven't seen the advertisement. Again, if it's not, I just usually assume otherwise. But I already seen a couple of clips of Superman talking to sort of like Supergirl. So I already knew that was a thing. But the one thing which I love, apart from Feature 1, I love the villain of this is like Brainiac. And I like the idea that, oh, they were trying to do peace and then they would have deactivated me and made me useless, and so I carried on the war. So they carried on needless destruction for literally you to exist. And they destroyed the entire... It's so insane. And they were like a warring race. And I was like, oh no, maybe we could do peace. And then the machine man calculated war so accurately. It was like, no, no, no. So I love how Brainiac usually is like this like sort of robotic humanoid. I love that it's fully just an AI. It's so like not like I need to exist, not like analytical, this is the best. It's this is my job. Allow me to do my job. It's so like that. But I really do enjoy it. There's nothing to talk about because it is fun and awesome. But yeah. So I do think this is a recommendation. I'm doing this more to a short because I feel like I need to occasionally. But I do like this and I do think you should watch. So I hope you enjoy and good night.
Dad, can you help me with my French homework?
Yeah, sure, why not? What's the word for fish?
Poisson.
Good. Dog?
Chien.
Seal?
Fuck.
Chris, watch your language.
No, that's how you say seal in French. Fuck.
He's right, Lois, look. And here, I'll help you remember. What's this?
A lazy fuck.
Good.
Dumb fuck.
Good.
Sick fuck.
Good.
Sick twisted fuck.
Good.
Clusterfuck. Ugly fucking bitch.
Good job, Chris. I think you're ready. And remember, you can use that word as much as you want, even home at the dinner table in front of your parents, because it's French, and French is classy.
If you want to read that scroll, you are going to need my translation key. And now that I've destroyed it, you will never know what the scroll says because the only translation in earthly existence is locked safely away up here. Boom!
Is that a fact?
Oh, yeah.
I should not have said that out loud.
Then I guess you're coming with me.
Don't worry, we're gonna make it. We've been looking for clues to find Clay.
Oh, I'm sorry. The clue board? You mean my clue board? That I made? We like the clue board now?
I walked in universes where the laws of physics were devised by the mind of a madman. And I watched universes freeze and creations burn. I have seen things you wouldn't believe. I have lost things you will never understand. And I know things, secrets that must never be told, knowledge that must never be spoken. Knowledge that will make Parasite God's blaze. So come on then, take it! Take it all, baby! Have it! You have it all!
So yeah. So we've got a couple of like crown, golden egg, magnifying glass, and there's a bunch that you can guess it with. Except one person who I'm going to name and somewhat shame, who guessed it was Mary Berry, which surprisingly or not, I don't think it's Mary Berry. I think, because I think it's fitting, the crown, all ages, I think is a person. Heart and Chalk, I don't know about Berry. Maybe it was a teacher. I don't know. Alan Carr is mine because it's a car and it's glamorous. And there's a thing about that where it's like Alan Draw has done RuPaul's Drag Race, I think. But yeah, that's my guess. Okay, they're about to take it off. Turkey's about to take it off. Okay. Okay, who is it? Okay, it's Moss. Mott. See, I do not know who you. Or probably I do. I probably do. But yeah, that was my guess.
You know what we're doing. Whoa! Here's all my notes. Why not have my iPad like I usually supposed to do when I do these things? Anyway, here's my notes. Here's it going down. Here's it going up. So like, a couple seconds, sing off, mail, da da da, going down. Just gonna go here, here. Why is it, Jason? Yep, it's still working. I'm just being an idiot. Which one is it? It's this one! Yay! Okay, here it is. This one. Da 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 da. Here are the guesses. Okay. We got that. Good. Yeah. I'm not gonna go back. It's just something I do. So like. Yeah, don't drive at night. Ooh.
Mary Love 5 joins the madness.
Oh, thank you. Hey. I'm good. I'm currently playing Cuphead, seeing how far I could take this. I'm doing good. I'm trying to get S rank. Yep. Yep. I hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm trying to get to S rank. How do you feel? Scared. Actually, a bit suspicious. I don't think the travel will truly exist. But I will slightly be scared. I would still be scared because I'm going to bed and some random eye is being like, I have a deal for you. Two questions. If you're telling the truth, you're the devil, why the f are you in my room and I don't want anything to do with you? Two, if you're not the devil, why the f are you in my room and I don't want you here? Leave! I'll say scared, but that's less I would believe that the devil's real, but more... It's more like, I don't believe, like, it's real. Also, I'm still scared because there's a person in my room that I don't know will kill me. Like, if a random person appears in your room, no reason, you didn't invite them, you should be concerned. Because why are they here? If someone's doing a job, that's just... Okay. 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 I've got a line. That's something. This is going high. And there's another line. So yeah, there's another traders. And like more singer where there's a lot of 1 minute ones because we've got like 3 more singers, including Christmas one, which is going to be a bit cursed, and season 6 of Mars Singer. Anyway, but traders. Besides the point. This is absolutely insane, and I absolutely enjoy this. It is mad, it is fun, it is entertaining, and it's just absolutely an amazing time. Overall, I like the suspicion, and I like the idea that in the last bit, they're like, oh, we don't know if they were a traitor or not. And I like the idea that both of them left, and it's like, oh, she was right. She was... And at the very end, where there's only 2 people left, it's like, she was the faithful. She was telling the truth. And I like a lot of the tricks done here. It's so fun.
What the fuck is this thing?
I'm an Anomalocaris.
What do you do?
I do my best.
Aw.
You look sad. But I don't like that. I'm going to fix it. Open your hands.
So hello. This is my Mars Singer guest for the 3rd reveal, just before the last reveal. And there's so many things I could say about this, but I'm going to take this guess. I'm going to take the sort of like the same reason why Jonathan Ross has this, whereas like I highly doubt this is going to be correct, but the Vina was not in the Christmas episode. And wouldn't it be interesting, because it's DVD, maybe Davina would be there. I don't know. Most likely wrong. But let's go with it anyway, for the fun. Just about to play it, because I was about to do 3, 2, 1. But yeah, just about to play it. It's a play. Oh, take it off. Take it off. Take it off. This is the first one where I feel like you actually might need some help, because their arms are short, so I don't think you could. That's been a while. I was right! Always go with your guts. I knew it! I did. Just someone mentioned it being like, it's DVD, where I was like, Davina McCall. Like, DV is in her name. I don't know why D, but yeah. Mask. I want a Mask Singer detective. They crossed out detective and they put star. It is the most hilarious. I got it right. 1 out of 4. Will I get the last one? Don't know, but I got it. Maybe because it was a cheap one. No one guessed it. No one guessed it, but I did. You heard it here first.
Dad, can you help me with my French homework?
Yeah, sure, why not? What's the word for fish?
Poisson.
Good. Dog?
Chien.
Seal?
Fuck.
Chris, watch your language.
No, that's how you say seal in French. Fuck.
He's right, Lois, look. And here, I'll help you remember. What's this?
A lazy fuck.
Good.
Dumb fuck.
Good.
Sick fuck.
Good.
Sick twisted fuck.
Good.
Cluster fuck. Ugly fucking bitch.
Good job, Chris. I think you're ready. And remember, you can use that word as much as you want, even home at the dinner table in front of your parents, because it's French, and French is classy.
Your friend has just sent you this riddle to test if your brain is ready for the weekend, and do not look at the comments until you have come up with an answer. I'm a food that explodes, but long before I explode, I'm already dead. I can be small, I can be big, and I can be fragrant. My name is literal. What am I? Did you get it straight away? Send this to your friend to prepare them too.
Hi here, and I am moving immediately to this is not the right one. Moss. There we go. Yes, I know it's Christmas and it's not Christmas. I don't care. But I'm going to keep it on for a bit. It wasn't easy yet, it was illegal. Oh, so yeah, this is the evidence. I hope that was enough time. I'll give it a couple more seconds. Right now. I have one thing that I've got, which that I have, where I have that sort of stuff to sort of like create. So I have like a. Let me just show you my thing. I've got this here. I've got this. I've got banners, like you can tell here, up here. I've got these banners. But overall, I don't really have stuff because I don't have a job. VTube, for what I do most of the time, which is making, and making doesn't work with VTuber. Maybe I could get like something that's like on and off again. Yeah. I've just got to a Pacific episode. If I'm correct, this isn't. Maybe not. Actually, no, it's not because it wasn't this. I remember the hat though. Okay. 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 We don't know why we're here. There's gonna be some fun stuff, like I've been saying, for a couple of days. Besides, this is gonna be on, not like, you know. I always double check this because it's funny. It's gonna be on, you know, the 5th and the 6th of February. Which is gonna be funny. All this equipment is made to just do TV right now. I don't know what the Spaces show is doing. That's another problem entirely. Yeah, they could die. Again, it's back to The Simpsons. Yeah, it's so oh shoot no, it's Homelander, I need help, I'm going to die. So yeah, The Boys. This has been a while because this is a series that is very, very long. Like, there's like 4 seasons, and this is just season 1. Why haven't I watched The Boys? I have no good excuse. Besides, I think I forgot I had Prime, which, because I'm in the household, I realize I can watch Prime. I am an idiot. Can't you tell? Yeah, I know the mic's in the frame, but because of this, I don't mind. Oh, but it's like a hovering mic. Welcome to the hovering mic show. I can do magic by. Anyway, I like it.
I find it really interesting with the characters. And, like, because I already know a couple of things that come to this, I know about the, and, like, the, like, chemical that makes it. I thought that everyone already knew that. They don't. Turns out, apparently, if you watch the series halfway through, you get spoiled by half the show. But I like figuring out that. I like the understanding. That's like, oh, wait. I also like the different characters and where they are now, and some points where I do know where they are in the future, and I am really interested. I'm also the one. There's only a couple of spoilers. The two spoilers I like are dark, but the one thing I liked is when you have the baby. There's a baby that they sort of like put Chemical V in, and it gives him laser vision, and it's really interesting. But I was like, laser vision, and it's like, wow, this is actually insane. That's like, this person can like shoot, and it's like, it's also really dark that he uses the laser vision. It was like, use it. It was like, Jesus. I also like the spoiler that he has a son, because they do a whole thing of like, oh, the son's dead, and etc., which is Butch's wife. But I also like the idea that it's like, he's not. I mean, it's like, they're like, and he's here. It's like, yeah, you're trying to do this, but your son's here. We're technically my son with your wife. And that's insane. But the one thing I like the most, and this is definitely going to be up short. I'm maybe going to put it short, but I don't know. It's not going to be too much longer. But the other thing I like is, it's like, oh, you lied to me again, huh? And then it's like, oh. And then lasered through her eyes, pitch. It's like, what? Because I think I've seen something similar. I heard similar how he talked similarly with, like, someone did like a Death Battle did the Invincible Homelander versus the Invincible Man versus Invincible. And like, no, Omni-Man. And it's like, oh, who would actually win? They had Omni-Man win in the end. But they had one of the scenes like, oh, it was quicker for this and that. And it's like, oh, okay, that's probably a thing. And then when I saw it, like, what the fuck? It's like, fully burnt eyes. I'm like, oh, this is just horrible. But I absolutely love it 100%. I am excited about the next season. Probably won't be for a while, but I am excited. But I do think this is entertaining. I do enjoy this, and I do recommend, but probably everyone's already watched this. It's a popular series. But I do hope you enjoy. But do hope you enjoy. I can't speak. Do hope you enjoy, and good night.
To get to work.
Okay, what have you got?
4 exits, 2 concealed, 1 in the ceiling.
There's also one in the floor.
No, I don't like it.
Too close to the engine ducts?
Bit too tight.
Oh, I hope you're not being personal.
Excuse me, what are you talking about?
Hush, Mummy and Daddy are busy. There we are. 2 o'clock. Here we go.
Cease this conversation.
Darling, in the event of a sudden meteor strike on the lower starboard decks, where would you say is the safest place to stand?
Meteor strike? Exactly here, I should think.
Do you know what that isn't? A coincidence.
An escape plan.
It's cheaper than a taxi.
What meteor strike?
Alert. Meteor storm imminent.
That meteor strike.
Alert.
How could you know?
I'm an archaeologist from the future. I dug you up.
See you in 400 years! Rules of a Japanese shrine. Before entering a shrine, you need to bow near the Torii gate. As you go up, you'll see another gate, and you will need a bow as a form of respect. You shouldn't walk through the middle of the path since it's said to be reserved for Shinto gods. So you would walk on the side of the path instead. And since there's another gate, you would bow again and then you can enter. Now here's the shrine. The white paper signifies that the area is for the gods. The rope is meant to keep bad spirits away. The crest is a Shinto crest. It reminds me of Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Once at the shrine, you can toss in a Japanese yen coin. You would also bow twice, as you can see here. After, clap your hands twice. Once you're finished, you can give a brief prayer and bow again before leaving. Now you know.
There's no way this could get any worse. It's worse. It's much worse.
I don't know who it is, so I'm just gonna guess Russell Kane. Straight up, don't know who it is, just gonna guess a random name. Because I know it's Euro, but I know it's probably like Euro football, but I don't know anyone who's done Euro football, so again, so I'm just gonna guess Russell Kane. I really don't know who it is, so this is gonna be a short one. But about to reveal it. Da 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 da. It's Holly Johnson, which I don't know who that is. Being completely serious, do not know who that is. So yeah, that's it. That's all of them, at least for the Christmas one, but yeah. And here's a thing. So I think I've talked about this on stream. I think I was watching it while I was on stream, and also I forgot to turn this on. Ooh, it's not that bad anyway. And I have said I am not a fan of this. It's fine. And do I have a little bit of outside story interfering with this? Yes. And I'm gonna be obvious. I'm gonna be full forward. But I didn't give this a chance. I don't think I have given this a fair chance. Am I gonna go back to rewatch it? No. I'm only watching this because I want to see, because season 2 is coming out and I want to watch season 2, and I am still gonna watch season 2. But I've heard that this got a season 2. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's. But I brought into it a bit of annoyance because this got season 2, and there was a show about like the twins, and I thought like having dark Jedi's be fun, the manipulative, and I thought that'd be fun because I would like to see more of like there was a manipulative person who was manipulating the scenes, and it's like this was happening, and I'm like, I want more of that. But that was cancelled because of this. I think. I don't know. But overall, I'm not really a fan of it. The one thing I do think is interesting as a spoiler is I like the idea that this is essentially like there's so many plots of like, oh, who's really working for whom? Who's really happening? And it's like, oh, this is happening, oh, and this happening, etc, etc. And those sort of things where it's like, this is sort of happening, and when you realise who's on what side, like, there's one person who introduces like, oh, I'm here, and then you realise he's in like the upper crust, and like doing this. It's really interesting in that sort of like way, not enjoyable, but like interesting of like, because you don't see like probably he has a reason. There is a reason, but I just like the idea of as like you see him as like, oh, he's probably like us, and it's like, no, he's a really big seller. He sells in this area and is like really big. It's like, oh, that's interesting. But yeah, I'm not really a fan. Also, a lot of the tech, and this is not a thing that I'm usually fine with. A lot of the tech looks a bit too modern. I like that sort of like it is futuristic, but looks a little bit weird, like, this is more futurist, right? I like that sort of like a weird, but this looks a little bit too modern, I think. But I hope you enjoy, and good night.
Oh, it's starting. And we're here. And more of this, yay. I also realised the lights aren't on, so I'm just gonna fix that while it's happening. So, you know. Okay, I'm gonna leave this for a little bit longer. Okay. I've sent you it. Okay. Okay. I think I've sent it. I think I've sent it to the right one. I'm just gonna double check. Okay, I'm also gonna put. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put this in double check if it works. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Watch this, obviously. Eating some chips. Da 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 da. If you get this, you know musicals. Okay, this looks fun. Da da. Ba da 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 da. Collect action. And then I need to install this while I. Oh, shoot. And the first time I knew about the Simpsons episodes is the meme, and also the episode where, like, their stuff gets burnt. Ready to play Bellaccio. So, yeah. This. So, this. Besides, because I liked the first one. The first one, the one thing I liked about it was unapologetically what it was. Here's an alien, here's a predator, fight. Which sounds bad, but it is essentially bad. It's like, here's one person you want to see fight, and here's the other person you want to see fight, the original person. And now they're going to fight. And now we're going to see these two things fight. And besides the last fight, which they had the mark and the whole thing, and I really like that. The one thing that I don't like is, you see this here? This is referred to as a light. I don't know if most people understand this. I really doubt that people on this movie did, because they don't use lights. It's so dark. It's so dark. I'm like, there's so many stuff that looks cool and it looks amazing. If I could see the, like, I don't mind being mysterious, but like, you can see, like, yeah, that's the predator, but I can really see its shoulders and then just very dim. I don't know why. I just didn't like it because of that. That's just really annoying, and I just get really annoyed because of that. So yeah. Besides one thing which I found was really interesting as an idea, there's a thing at the midway through being like, oh, we're gonna send like this in like this area, and we're gonna go there.
And I like the group splits, and they made the people who survived made the right choice. Whereas like the military was lying to them, and it's like, oh yeah, if you go to the center of town, where it's like if you go to the center of town, that is suspicious because like that like if everyone goes to the center of a town and then you drop something in the center to get rid of everything, it's statistically likely to get rid of everything if the main problem is the town. So I like, it's like, that's a smart idea, but it is makes sense where it's like, oh, they said they will rescue us. There's no reason why we shouldn't trust them. Not trust them, but I do love that idea of like, it's like, that's a bit odd. And I love that misdirect of like, wait, maybe. Oh, it turns out they were lying, but that's the only thing that's sort of, But overall, I don't like this. It's fine. There's a lot of death. A lot of the time, even when I was watching it, I was confused. But yeah. If you want to watch it. But So I hope you enjoyed, and good night. Hi, special one. Two things actually. One, originally I was going to do a Christmas special and call it an review because ITV classifies I'm a Celebrity as separate, but Christmas says not. Christmas is going to be part of season 6, so doesn't affect me too much. It's just one review. Also, both of them are still going to be 1 minute, besides the point. Anyway, this was going to be season 1 first reveal, but Giant Knoll gets revealed. I think it's dead. That is all. This is weird, but you know, they're revealing. They're revealing. You can tell why these are weird. Okay. I think it's Deck. Okay. Okay. It's Mo Farrow. So yeah.
Remove the first and last letter of your name. Let's see how cool is your new name.
Stop! You can't kill me. Incorrect. I'm a target of strategic value. Alive, I'm a tactical advantage. Dead, I'm your biggest mistake. You don't know who I am.
You are Clara Oswald. You are human. You are unimportant.
Incorrect. You see, that is what you're supposed to think. That is what everybody thinks.
You are Clara Oswald.
Clara Oswald is a cover story, a disguise. There is no Clara Oswald.
Identify.
Oh, don't be so slow. It's embarrassing. Who could fool you like this? Who could hide right under your nose? Who could change the face anytime they want? You see, I'm not Clara Oswald. Clara Oswald has never existed.
Identify.
I'm the Doctor.
Driver says that the person in charge of the mail has complained to Sir Topham Hatt about the delay last night.
Why don't we just kill these fucking people?
My friend Donna, this is Donna Noble. Ah, she just dropped some coffee into the console.
Don't worry, he's got a time machine, which means he can blame me for all eternity.
Yay. Yay. Yeah. So yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna give it up for a minute. Four clips. Okay. While this is up for like a minute, I'm just gonna start getting my TikToks ready. It's already done, so it's not that long left. 2, 1. Okay, it is really good, but again, I don't want to like, I want to pay you a fair amount. So eventually I'm going to be like, create some stuff. And some people have also talked, there's multiple people who are talking to me about it. But I just want to eventually. Yeah. Okay. So again, eventually I will like look into that, but again, because apparently you need to know the difference. Why cider? Also, yeah, I am playing this game, but not for live. It's just for personal use. Okay. So connecting. Immediately sell out. Hope. Okay, why is it not doing anything? It's not loading. Also, it's Blatcho Streaming Award. Games on Steam Deck 2024 award nomination for us launching. Oh, it's launching! Yeah. What's rule 1 about Fight Club? We don't talk about Fight Club. Also, this is too high. We don't talk about Fight Club. Yes, I know this is not Fight Club. This is Cobra Kai season 3. Also, the thing's not there, but who cares? Is this season? Yeah, season 3. I'm just gonna double check my numbers right because I thought it was more. But it's really cool. I love it. I've watched Cobra Kai since it was on YouTube and did all the YouTube stuff. Technically, season 6, that's double the thing. But I liked it so much. It was so fun with all of this like stuff and characters. And I definitely love what they have up. And it's so fun. But yeah, this is really entertaining and I like the fight. So yeah, the reason why I put this is because I love the whole arc of going to this martial arts competition, having this wrap up, having two sort of other dojos run by the guy who originally run Cobra Kai, but I keep forgetting of his name. Why do I keep forgetting it anyway? Alongside Silver. I can't remember Silver's name. Anyway. And you have those two side by side. And when the sort of like, I think like some of the episodes came along, they stopped at, oh, this person's injured, and it's like, this person died. And then it was like, okay, we're going to stop. And then you see that happen, you see the consequences of that happening. And I like how it's like, yeah, we're going to come back together, we're going to do this right, we're going to respect this person passing away. And I like that sort of like the whole build up when you do it the first time and then the second one. I definitely like when I am doing this so badly describing this. I definitely like the one thing I like the most is, I think it's Kreese. I don't know why. The sort of old person who used to run the dojo goes around and apologizes to certain people, and I'm like, wait, character growth? That was really a trick. I also like the idea that he sort of like sacrificed, because I think he's dead. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I don't think he's back. I also find it interesting that a lot of them are like, oh, we're gonna go everywhere, etc., etc.
So you can have an argument about like they exist, that there's not going to be, because there's a new Cobra Kai, not Cobra Kai, Karate Kid coming out, and I don't know if it takes place in Cobra Kai. I would see there's an argument being like no. I'm pretty sure it could, because most of the people who were characters in Cobra Kai, I think are either at other schools or other places at the moment. But I do like the fact that in the end, you have the dojo of, I think, his dojo there, and it's like you can have the original dojo. I'm not even gonna pronounce it because I'm bad at it. From the original Karate Kid, you could have their dojo win, but it's not Cobra Kai wins, and I like it when it goes down to Johnny to actually win, and I love it. I find it so interesting that they end with like the sort of like having Cobra Kai being like, oh, I'll teach you how to do defense, and this other dojo that you can go to, we can do more defense. And I love the idea of being like, yeah, I feel like this person could do like a bit more defensively. It's like, yeah, this person could be more aggressive and do a bit more attack, so I'm gonna like send it that way, and I'm gonna send you this way. And it's so fun learning, like, because in a fight, yeah, defense is really good, useful. You also in certain times need to punch. And I love the idea that they're like learning from each other, and it's so fun. I don't know how this is going to affect the movie, but this is a really coincidence that the last one was on 34 and they're still up to 34, but that was not deliberate. I just find that hilarious. But I do like this, and I 100% recommend this, and I do recommend for you to watch. So I do hope you enjoy. I don't know how many of these series I've reviewed of this, but I do hope you enjoy. I do hope you liked, and good night.